Yeah, as long as my face doesn't. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting in another 5 minutes. I would please request you all to please come inside the ballroom. morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 12th edition of Construction Week's Leaders in Construction UAE Summit, one of our most anticipated conferences of the year. I am Ranju Warrier, the editor of Construction Week Middle East, which is a part of the ITP Media Group. Before we start proceedings this morning, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that we at Construction Week are absolutely delighted to be here with you at the stunning JW Marriott Marquis Dubai to host a power-packed lineup of panel discussions surrounding the UAE's construction landscape. Now, we know that the UAE's construction sector has been vital to the UAE's economy. But it is no surprise that the industry has been one of the worst affected due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which has obviously accelerated the challenges that the industry was already facing. However, having said that, the industry has always been characterized by its ability to deliver complex construction projects in limited budgets and tight timelines. Perhaps it is also the reason why, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the construction stakeholders have responded strongly during the very challenging and tough times. And one of the biggest examples of resilience and agility, I would say, is undoubtedly Expo 2020 Dubai. Even under the shadow of the pandemic, a project of such large scale was completed with stringent health and safety initiatives and programs, and now we are ready to be at Expo 2020 Dubai, where the world will come together in less than 10 days. Now, what are we doing at the conference today? So through our conferences, where we will have 4 panel discussions, we aim to start a conversation in the right direction and bring everything from opportunities to challenges and the concerns about the construction sector today in this ballroom. But we are planning to make this actually an interactive, exciting, and a fun session. And how are we doing it? We have an app called Slido, through which you will be able to interact with us during the panel discussion. So how are we setting you up during this? What you have to do is you have to only scan the QR code on your tables, and you can actually enter your name onto the home screen, and there you go. You will have Slido on your iPads, on your phones, and you can start posting your questions during the Q&A session. And also, if I haven't forgotten to mention, we have a quiz that will go up in Slido just before every single panel discussion. So, at this point, I would also like to take my time to thank all of our sponsors who've supported us through this journey. And these include our legal partner, Reed Smith, our silver sponsors, Fenwick Elliott, Driver Ted, and Procore Technologies. So now the million-dollar question for you all is, are you all set up? Because I am, and my team here is set up as well. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all of the hotel staff and our incredible events team members who've taken and put up a lot of efforts to bring this event to you today, this morning. So without further ado, let's begin our first panel discussion, where we will be discussing the impact of Dubai's 2040 Urban Master Plan. And to take the proceedings forward, I would like to invite my colleague, Disha Didlani, the multimedia reporter at Construction Week. Disha, the stage is all yours.
Thank you for the introduction, Ranju, and a very good morning to everyone present here. Thank you for taking the time to join us for our Leaders in Construction UAE Summit today. Now, in keeping with the spirit of the first panel today, let's fast forward to the year 2040, shall we? Dubai's green spaces have doubled in size. Urban areas have received an upgrade. The length of public beaches have increased by 400%, and the Emirate has transformed to deliver a rounded destination experience. Now, that's a snapshot of about 2 decades from now, but Dubai is already ramping up its plans and efforts to envision this. Earlier this year, the ruler of Dubai launched the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan, chalking an agenda for sustainable urban development in the city. Now, reflecting on how the master plan will influence construction within the Emirate, our first lineup of industry experts will answer the question, what will Dubai's 2040 plan mean for construction? Please join me in welcoming our panelists for this session with a huge round of applause onto the stage. We start with Patrick Stone, partner at Fenwick Elliott. Patrick has significant experience of construction and engineering disputes on major international projects, with a particular focus on the Middle East, where he has spent a large part of his career. Now, Patrick is familiar with a number of standard form construction contracts, including FIDIC and NEC, and has acted on disputes arising of bespoke forms of contract, particularly EPC contracts. Thanks for joining us today, Patrick. Now, next up, we are joined by Julian Haslam-Jones, Regional Director and UAE Country Manager for Driver Threat. Now, Julian has 20 years of experience in claims management, contract risk assessment, commercial management, cost management, procurement, negotiation, and other such functions. His experience portfolio includes many major EPC oil and gas projects in the Middle East, Asia, and Europe. Other project experience includes UK Ministry of Defense projects, schools, offices, airports, as well as independent water and power plants. Let's have you on the stage, Julian, and let's put our hands together for him. Thanks for joining us today, Julian. And last and finally, we have our final panelist for this session, Mohammed Swedan, Senior Director, Head of MENA Procore Technologies, bringing in the tech knowledge to this panel. Mohammed Swedan has over 17 years of experience working with multinational technology companies, including leadership roles at Cisco, LinkedIn, Uber, and SAP. He is responsible for managing Procore's business across all Middle Eastern and North African countries, tasked with strengthening Procore's brand and business across the region. Thanks very much for joining us, Mohammed. Let's have you on the stage, and let's give him a round of applause. Now, may I just start by saying that it's lovely to be beginning the first conference of the day with such a futuristic and almost forward-looking tone and approach. So thanks again, gentlemen, for joining me today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Before we start with our conference and our first panel for the day, we've done a little bit of a poll for you, and I see that the answers have come in as well. Let's look at what the question was and, what kind of answers do we have from you. So the question, of course, for today's poll pertaining to the first topic of the day was, how do you think the Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan will redefine infrastructure development in the Emirate? And I see that the answer to this is all of the above. So just to give you some clarity, our options were by upgrading Dubai's urban areas, by enhancing environmental sustainability, by providing sustainable means of mobility, or all of the above. And this, of course, is very telling of the ambition and vision associated with the master plan. So very well done. Thank you so much. All right. So now moving on. Continuing this discussion, I'd like to, of course, gather your insights on the master plan. And let's start with just how the Dubai 2040 master plan will be enhancing the Emirates' competitiveness globally, and how is that going to drive sustainable development within the city? Do you want to take this, Patrick?
I think that's obviously a big focus of the 2040 plan, is to generate a better place to live. The focus, they've said that they want to be on having a better place for the residents of Dubai to live. And I think that's a bit of a change from previous plans, which are focused a bit more on industry, a bit more on office and that type of environment. I think the focus very much this time is on sustainability, a better place to live, and that's going to help generate much more for the construction industry.
Right. Julian, how is the Dubai 2040 master plan making Dubai a better city to live in?
I think from a construction point of view, one of the key things is going to be sustainable construction. So, reading into the plan and reading between the lines, I think, from in our industry, in the construction industry, one of the key things is how contractors are going to construct, and there will be a particular focus, I believe, on things like air tightness of the building. You're going to get, I'm pretty sure, solar panels and solar energy being part of the developments. I think as well that, there will be a real look at how the contractor's carbon footprint for building the building is, and also I believe, having discussed with different people in the industry, there is going to be a focus on a more long-term commitment from the contractors. So it won't be just about the building, it will be about more engaging them in the life cycle of the building right to the end, and having some commitments from them as well. So I think sustainable construction will be a very important part of the plan.
Right. Definitely, very well said. Now, of course, with Dubai and UAE have been initiating such forward-looking initiatives and plans over the years. But with the UAE, it's, there's a rich culture and heritage that comes with it. Now, how do you think the UAE's 50-year legacy across construction, infrastructure, and development, how will that act as a catalyst for the Dubai 2040 master plan? I want to start with you, Mohammed, because of course you bring the tech and, almost futuristic side of things to the conversation. While it's of course important that this is a forward-looking initiative, we should also consider that there is a legacy that we must keep in mind. So how do you think that legacy will be contributing to this master plan?
Well, let me start by saying that what got us here is not what's going to get us to where we want to go. I think the UAE has been definitely a leader when it came to complex infrastructure projects. And with the master plan for 2040, I think Dubai will top the charts for the next 2 decades. And within this room and within this industry, a lot of the individuals here have worked really on projects that are unique to this region. So there's a lot of expertise. The question is, what can we do differently? And I think technology will become the catalyst in that space, where it marries traditional with digital in order for us to start building these forward-thinking projects. And when you look at the master plan and really read through it, you realize that you can't look at technology anymore as a good to have. It really has to become a pillar of your execution day to day. And I think this is where, if you look at, from my perspective, the true catalyst is gaining everyone's experience that have gone through complex projects and utilizing technology as part of this DNA to kind of get to where we want to go in the next 2 decades.
Right. It's very interesting. Patrick, I want you to weigh in here as well. The plan is well rooted in nature, while of course being forward-looking in nature as well. How do you think the UAE legacy is going to be contributing to it?
I agree with what's been said so far. I think we have to kind of look at, certainly from our perspective, when we deal with disputes in the construction industry, we see what has maybe gone wrong in the past with projects and how we can look at fixing those issues going forward. I think technology, again, is going to be helpful on that front as well. We're certainly seeing a lot of projects here using technology to monitor progress of projects, to identify when things go wrong, how they can be fixed, and how you can look at planning for going forward. And particularly when you get to the end of the project, that's going to be very helpful for assessing liability for any disputes and settling disputes as we go forward, because that technology will guide us on what's caused delays, what's caused additional cost, and will help to kind of move that forward as well.
Right. Julian, do you agree with both of them?
Yeah, just to add to it, I think that, one of the big things about the 2040 plan is efficiency. And so technology, coming from both different angles, from Mohammed as well, is that, that you can use technology to make the whole construction process much more efficient. And that will be a real focus, I think, going forward, how technology can obviously avoid claims and disputes, but also how it will help the actual execution side of it as well.
Right. I saw you smiling and nodding in agreement, Mohammed. Is there something you'd like to add here?
No, I think, technology has been always a part of a lot of organizations. It's not something new. I think what needs to change is the culture as well that is associated with technology. It's one thing to invest in technology, it's another to have a culture of using this technology and making it the credible source of every transaction internally. So investing in technology is one thing, but making sure that the technology is being utilized is the most critical part of the conversation.
Right, and I'm sure we'd all agree here that, the approach to technology, the industry's adoption is changing, is, becoming more efficient and smart. Julian, do you want to add in something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I totally agree with you, Mohammed, but I do feel that the UAE is one of the countries that is, pretty good at taking technology forward. Since being here for the last 8 years, living here, you take a lot of things for granted, but when you go around the world and you see how other countries are doing it, I think, the UAE has achieved an awful lot. And so I think, the government here has a proven record of implementing technology quite well. So I'm quite interested to see in the coming years and decades how they do that, but I'm pretty sure they will embrace it heavily from what I've seen.
Right, very well said. Now, for those who don't know, Dubai 2040 is the 7th development plan for the Emirates since 1960. Now, will that be the strongest yet, and why? Patrick, let's have you start on this.
I think measuring a plan's strengths and measuring its success, I think, takes a very different, you'll get different views from different people depending on where they sit within the industry. From my side, I think, one measure of success will be reducing the number of disputes that happen in the industry. And I think from what we've seen so far under the 2040 plans, I think there is clearly an intention to try and reduce the number of disputes. One of the main kind of flagship markers for the plan was to introduce a new planning law. We've also seen this week that the DIFC LCIA Arbitration Centre has been consolidated into to the DIAC Arbitration Centre. So there are certainly moves ahead that will look to streamline the environment in which disputes take place. And I think that's certainly, if we can do that and have less disputes on construction projects, then that will be one of the things that will kind of mark it out as a success. And as I say, the kind of groundworks for that are already in motion.
So probably looking at the strongest plan yet. What are your thoughts there, Julian?
I agree with the comments made. I mean, I think obviously this being the 7th plan, there's lessons learned over all the other plans, which I'm sure will be implemented. I do think this plan has a challenge, and it is being released after COVID-19, and I don't think we can ignore COVID-19, and so I think it will be interesting to see, COVID-19, I believe, has changed things. Whether it's permanently or not, we don't know, but it does look like certain living habits, working habits have changed. So I think, the 2040 plan has a challenge in that, is that this is a relatively, although it's now over a year since it's happened, it's a relatively new event that they're dealing with. So it'll be interesting to see if they can accommodate going forward the new requirements. I also think that an important part of the plan is learning from COVID-19, in that there is some things that you can control, but this came out of nowhere, it was unforeseen. So I think within the plan, it's important that there is flexibility to deal with these kind of global events, which, let's face it, they're not going to go away. And so I think it's important that within the plan, there is the ability to adjust things and move to the way we're living and what's happening in the world.
Well, don't we all love a good challenge? And I think you'd agree that the UAE has been coping remarkably with, putting in safety measures and just ensuring that everybody is vaccinated, of course, speaking of the pandemic. Now, I'd like to move to you, Mohammed, and let's again talk technology. Do you think topics like, what role do you foresee AI and big data to play in supporting future construction projects relating to the master plan? And also on that note, is the industry beyond these as buzzwords?
I like the word buzzword because I think a lot of the hype is built on advanced technology. If you recall, digital transformation was another hype, but it's interesting how everyone understood digital transformation and implemented it. So it was up for interpretation by whoever read it. But when you look at artificial intelligence, big data, and what we consider as advanced technology in general, definitely these technologies do work. Definitely they have impacted organizations and they have impacted industries. But when I look at these technologies, I always say, you can't get a child to run before they crawl and walk. And I think what we need to do first is get our house in order. These technologies can only operate and provide the outcome required if you have the right data in place, if you have the cleanness in place of data, if you have accurate information in place. Because without that, the outcome of these technologies will definitely be misleading more than anything else. So I think definitely there is a use, and definitely these are no longer buzzwords. They're actually being implemented across many industries and definitely organizations. But we got to take the first step in ensuring that, we're building the single source of truth, in terms of a platform. We're looking at data, as real-time data and as clean data. And once we establish that, I think moving to the advanced technology becomes the natural next step and definitely will impact any organization that invests in that space.
Right. Now, of course, the Dubai 2040 master plan means creativity, innovation, development, massive developments, and an influx of projects. I want to understand from all of you just how should construction stakeholders prepare to innovate to meet this influx of projects, that's set to change Dubai's landscape as part of the plan's implementation. Let's start with you, Patrick.
I think from my side, in terms of innovation, I think what I'd like to see is developers and contractors taking a more collaborative approach to working, looking at different procurement strategies that can see employers work together better with contractors, looking at different types of contracts that will perhaps make the whole construction process a bit more streamlined, avoid disputes, and allow contractors and employers to work together. Now, that's quite a big step from where we've been before, but I think certainly the 2040 plan gives the initiative to employers, contractors to take a new approach and to try and work better together in the future.
Right. How about you, Julian? What are your thoughts?
I agree. I think that would be a step in the right direction, more collaboration. Again, I go back to what we've talked about before as well. With that, I think, all the stakeholders need to look at sustainability and efficiency, so that will be important when, whatever stakeholder you are in the project, that you keep an eye on that. So it's clear to me in the plan that those are two key things. Whatever you're building, whether it's a school, whether it's offices, whether it's, part of a hotel, whatever, I think the government is really going to focus on making sure that the construction is efficient, which ties into a more, partnership kind of scenario, but also that what's being built is being built in a sustainable way as well. Right.
Mohammed, do you want to weigh in on this as well?
Yeah, I agree with Julian and Patrick. There is a lot that needs to be done on the collaboration piece, for sure. When you look at how can you prepare yourself for more projects, you got to reflect, to what Julian was saying, when he was talking about the master plan 2040, he said, got to reflect, do better, and understand that there are new dynamics. And similarly, you got to reflect when you're looking at an uptake of projects and see and understand what the challenge is. And when you look at the industry and when we see common buckets of challenges, one of them is definitely the collaboration between all the stakeholders. It's no surprise, any project that comes up, has multiple stakeholders, to Julian's point, whether it's school, whether it is, any construction. So how do you ensure that there's proper collaboration among these stakeholders? So that's a challenge you tend to see. To, believe it or not, there are still dependencies on manual processes, right? And that, by nature, will allow for human error, right? And lack of accuracy. 3, you tend to see, the disconnect between site and remote. And again, it's no surprise with any project that runs that you have remote people sitting on site, sometimes multiple sites, back office, and that lack of connection causes a challenge. And last but not least, through the journey, a lot of companies did invest in technology, but it was invested in a way where it is to patch issues or resolve for one element. And that over a period of time caused a fragmented approach, or what we call silos of technologies operating on their own, not communicating with each other. So in order to prepare for this influx, we got to resolve for these challenges and think, how do we go, from what we've done historically to where we need to go. And to do so, you need to start thinking about platforms, technologies that will allow you to integrate with others rather than lock you in, right? Ones that will allow for every stakeholder to collaborate and for every member of the organization to collaborate, whether it's on-site or back office. So really reflect on the challenges, understand what you need from process change to technology partnership so that you can build for the next 2 decades.
Right. What I hear is collaboration is key, rather king. Now, Patrick and Julian, I'd like to pick your legal brains a bit, if I may. I just want to understand what steps should industry members take during the course of the master plan to ensure that procurement is done effectively, and also, of course, to avoid any construction disputes that may crop up at a later stage. Let's start with you, Patrick.
I mean, I think, again, that the starting point is obviously having a contract in place that allows for collaborative working. I think we've seen, over the years, a lot of contracts are set up which put a big emphasis on, contractors having to comply with notice periods, with putting quite strict measures on how, contractors are to operate. And I think, what I'd like to see moving forward over the next 20 years is, people working together, much more emphasis on identifying issues when they first arise and actually dealing with them at the time rather than letting them drift over to the end of the project. So I think that's the kind of basic building blocks to having a successful project without disputes arising.
Right. How about you, Julian?
I agree with what Patrick's saying. I mean, I would sort of there's a large topic, but just sort of 3 key things that I think are important that I've seen. I think one of the things that people need to look at is the risk allocation in the contract. You should look at it, who is the most appropriate party to manage that risk. I've seen many times a risk passed to one party that there's no way they can manage it, and it just leads to claims and disputes. I think the other thing is, as much time as possible is put into the planning end, so that, I often see, designs rushed out, not enough time spent, these kind of things, and all that just leads to disputes. So it's really making sure that there is enough planning for the project done, and also, enough time is put into key things like design so that it is fully complete before being put out into the market and tendered and all these kind of things. I think the last thing I would say is, again, to go back to COVID-19, is I think it's really interesting, and I'm not sure if it's the same for Patrick, but obviously a large part of my workload at the moment is dealing with COVID-19 related claims and disputes. There is some clients that I've had who don't have any claims with COVID-19, and that is because when it happened, they took a very sort of proactive and collaborative approach. So again, I think some of the lessons from COVID-19 need to be passed back into the industry. And I've seen different approaches to when it happened. But again, I think, it goes back to what we've been talking about. My opinion is the most successful one has been the parties sitting down, revisiting things and coming up with a solution to get the project done, which is what everybody wants at the end of the day. And for the contractor to have certainty, be able to move forward and execute the work and everything like that. So those are the 3 sort of key things that I think are important.
Right. Very good points there, both. Now, moving on to you, Mohammed. Sustainability, of course, is embedded within the core of the master plan, and I'm sure all of you would agree with me on that. Now, how can construction technology help reduce waste and support sustainable development goals associated with the plan?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, to Julian's point, it's going to take a lot of things to build sustainable projects. Technology is one element of it. But if you look at sustainability, one of the main things in it is waste. And, one of the reports I was reading, an FMI report, said that 35% of the total construction cost is attributed to waste and remedial work. And if we can start, providing information and data to owners and contractors or developers, that will enable them to do informed decisions that will impact their processes, their projects, and the environment, I'm sure we're going to start making a dent in that number. But it all starts by empowering them to have this predictability. And what amazes me, there's no shortage of data when it comes to construction. You have a lot of data. The thing is that how do you make use of this data? And if we do that, not only will we make a dent in that number, I'm certain we're going to be building more sustainable projects for the future.
Right, very well said. Do you also want to weigh in on this, either of you?
No, I mean, I agree with what Mohammed says. I mean, I think sustainability, as I've said before, is very important. It's interesting what Mohammed said about the data. I think construction does create a huge amount of data. I think myself and Patrick deal a lot with this data in disputes and these kind of things. And I think, again, that's probably something that, from our sort of angle, is to efficiently deal with claims and disputes as well. And there's many ways to do that. I think early engagement is very important. And I'm not just saying that, because it's my industry and these kind of things, but it is very important. But also using technology to try to resolve the issue as soon as possible is very important.
Right. I couldn't agree more. I think early engagement is key, just as collaboration is. It just ensures the successful delivery of a project. And what you said about data as well. Do you agree, Patrick, that data, of course, data in the industry, I'm sure, is very topical. And are we sharing enough? Maybe you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the early engagement point. I think there is obviously, when employers and contractors start out on a project, there's always the intention to, start on a positive note, and not necessarily to, start making claims from the start of the project and to try and deal with things as and when they arise. But I agree that kind of getting on top of the data at an early stage, if there's issues that arise on the project, actually, sharing that information between the parties will help to reduce the disputes as projects go on, even if at the start it looks like that's taking a slightly defensive approach. I think that can actually help to manage projects better as we go forward.
Right. 100%. Now, before we wrap up and move to the audience Q&A, of course, the plan is forward-looking in nature, so that's how we are going to end our session as well, just with a forward-looking question. Let's talk about opportunities the master plan will create in construction, and just across what sector types. Maybe we'll start with you, Julian.
Yeah, I think if you look at if you go back over the master plan, one thing is consistent, and that's iconic projects. So I think you will see some huge iconic projects, and obviously we all in the industry want to work on these. These are, I think that's one of the appeals about the UAE construction industry here, is that the chances are you will work on something that maybe is the first, or is, to a size or scale that hasn't been seen before. So I think for sure, if I look back, one of the things that will be developed through 2040 will be some real iconic projects, which obviously in the industry will be a massive appeal for all the stakeholders.
Right, iconic projects, that's interesting. What about you, Mohammed? What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, I think there's definitely opportunity across multiple industries. If you look at construction and you look at the master plan, there's a lot of nice projects that are uniquely done in Dubai, which will definitely create a nationwide upskilling and create specialties along the way, which I think will be a great career development in general for anyone involved in construction, whether it's project manager, site engineer, or anyone else. But the construction piece is one of the industries, and I think, it's no secret that the plan speaks about the increase of population from the 3.3 currently to 5.8, which means that, there will be schools being built, and you need to upskill the education sector and the curriculums to kind of teach this new generation. And you're going to look at new hospitals being built to serve this, but also state-of-the-art technology like data centers being built, not only to service and increase the quality of life as referenced in the master plan, but also to make sure that, Dubai is being a place for entrepreneurs to kind of build and have all the required elements to make them successful. So when you look around, I think we're all lucky. I think this is going to be an exciting journey for everyone in Dubai, and I think it will create opportunities across every single sector, for sure.
Right. Very positive thoughts there, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's opportunities for everyone here. I mean, you know, all economies go through peaks and troughs, and I think one of the things that has set Dubai aside from, you know, other places in the world is that they've always got the next plan around the corner, and there's always something else to generate growth in the next sector. And I think that's very much, you know, the kind of positive message to take out of this 2040 plan, is that this is another shot in the arm for the economy. It's another shot in the arm for the construction industry, and I think there are opportunities for all of us to move forward from here.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Very positive and valuable insights there. I think it was a very interesting conversation, but I am conscious of time, and we'll now be moving on to our audience Q&A. So we do have some questions pouring in. I'm going to read them for you, and we'll have you answer those. Great. So, Mohammed, the first one is actually for you. It's what do you think is the main obstacle in the UAE for utilizing technology?
I think it's change of mindset. You know, anyone used to doing something, this is a human nature, does not like or enjoy change. I think the biggest obstacle is ourselves. And typically in a very complex environment like construction, where you have multiple stakeholders and multiple individuals working in different locations, we're all comfortable with what we used to work and what made us deliver projects. But these complexities are increasing in construction, and the type of projects are also changing in type of nature. So I think the biggest challenge is change of mindset, and that new culture of driving technology, not only in a certain business unit or department or whatever you want to call it, but across the whole organization. That is the biggest obstacle.
Right. Now, I'd like for both of you, Patrick and Julian, to answer this one. Dubai has a sustainability construction policy, but do you feel it is being policed or monitored both pre and post handover, and what more can be done? Let's start with you, Patrick.
I mean, I think it's developing all the time. I mean, I think certainly from my side, it's probably quite telling. We don't really see much, you know, on the sustainability side. You know, most of the issues that come to us tend to be more just on the, you know, the standard kind of project wind-up, final account issues. And we very rarely see anything on the kind of sustainability side. So I think that probably tells you everything that you need to know, that there's perhaps not as much focus on that as perhaps, you know, the intention is with this 2040 plan.
Mm-hmm. Julian?
Yeah, I would agree with what Patrick says. I do think, though, we will start to see issues with this at our end of the industry. I think that there will start to, because it's going to be driven by, as a person raised, you know, legislation, enforcement, these kind of things. But as it becomes more and more focused, and it will probably be required come into the terms of the contracts much more and these kind of things, that then means that, you know, different stakeholders are going to be held to account, and if they don't meet it, then you're going to start to see disputes developing because of that.
Right, and now we have the next one on a very interesting topic on PPPs and how that would aid the 2040 plan, you know, looking at sustainability and life cycle costs. So, yeah, just how is PPP going to be aiding the 2040 plan due to the requirement for the supply chain to adapt to the delivery models? So which one of you wants to take this? You know, just the role of PPPs in aiding or driving forward the 2040 Urban Master Plan.
I mean, that's an interesting question. It's not something that I've seen discussed much in the kind of context of the 2040 plan.
Right, that's correct.
It's obviously a model that works very well in other parts of the world, particularly on big infrastructure projects. It's not something that's been kind of, you know, looked at particularly on a grand scale here. And I think it's certainly something that is going to have to be looked at if that's, you know, if projects are going to be successful. So I think, you know, there's certainly opportunities to build on that, and the lessons we can learn from other parts of the world mean that it's a way that can actually work. But you know, how that actually pans out, I think, remains to be seen.
Right, interesting. Yeah, Julian.
Yeah, I would just add to that. I think, like Patrick says, I think it's been talked about a lot, but I haven't seen it really pushed forward. And again, I think it's going to be, again, you know, the stakeholders in that, especially the government, need to set the right environment for it to really work, to really get the investment going. So it's an interesting topic, and it keeps on coming up and coming up, but I agree with what Patrick's saying. We're not seeing that real push for it, that real drive for it. So at the moment, I think it's difficult to see how that will fit in, and time will tell. But it is it fits into what we've been talking about, which is about sustainability and efficiency as well. So I would expect it to come in, but it's just we're not seeing it right now.
Right. Mohammed, I know you've been quite for a while. I have another question for you.
Yeah, please go.
So let's have you talk about just how BIM fits into the Dubai 2040 master plan.
I mean, BIM is, it's no secret Dubai municipality here, and to a point Julian, brought up earlier in the conversation, saying that, the UAE, when you look at it from a standard and the adoption of technology, has been really best in class. And when you, look at other countries, you realize, oh, we're actually doing a lot here. And BIM was one of the things that have been, implemented in terms of a way forward from Dubai municipality. But BIM is just one element. I think BIM will become a standard for sure in the 2040 plan. I think that's the way forward. But I want you to think of technology even bigger than BIM, right? Like, how can we completely be a tech savvy? How can we allow technology to serve us as organizations rather than us serving the technology? And I think BIM fits as a bigger part of a bigger story in that domain, in the tech space. And I think what I want you to do is to be able to expand your horizon every single time you look at technology, and just not look at what can serve you today, but what can serve you over the next 20 years. And to do so, you need to start looking at companies that are in the tech space, that are genuinely companions and partners in the journey, that will allow for these changes and keep you agile at course, so that whatever new, similar to BIM standards that come out there, you can easily add it to what you have today.
Right. Now, another interesting one, whoever wants to take this, the master plan, the 2040 master plan, prepares Dubai for urban maturity, creating iconic places rather than iconic buildings. In this regard, what can we learn from global cities? Does anybody want to take this one? Julian.
I think this, again, ties back to what's happened with COVID-19. So if you look at the master plan, you can see a real emphasis on leisure. You can see a real emphasis on, and I think Patrick made this point, it's more about, people's homes and these kind of things, because what COVID-19 has done is it's changed how we live. It's still uncertain to me which way the office market is going to go. We were talking about it before. I think it's undecided. You speak to some firms, they say you can work anywhere in the world now. You speak to others, they say, no, we want you in the office. But I think what is clear is that the 2040 master plan is creating, there's a huge expansion of parks, there's a huge expansion of cycle paths, these kind of more leisure things, and there's a real focus on residential as well, which ties in with the idea that people are going to be much more focused out of, working from home and these kind of things as well.
Right, interesting. Patrick, do you want to take this as well?
I agree with Julian. I think I'm not sure there's much we can necessarily learn from other cities in the context, particularly of COVID-19. I think actually this is an opportunity for Dubai to take the lead in looking at how cities are developed in that kind of modern environment. You look at cities like London, where they're having, lots of questions about the kind of office space in London, how that's going to be utilised with people working from home a lot more. I think some of the older cities actually have a bigger issue in how to deal with that. I think Dubai has the opportunity to really look forward and be the first city that can adapt to the kind of post-COVID-19 environment.
Right, and Dubai, of course, sorry.
Yeah, there's actually one other point that I think is important, and I'm seeing this in the industries, and we were talking about it before, is I think as well what you will see being dealt with in this plan is existing buildings and spaces being revisited, because there is some buildings that have been built in the UAE that now in the new environment are not going to work so well. So I think, refitting and, revisiting buildings and changing their use and all this will come into it as well. I expect to see quite a bit of work along that line as well.
Right, and I think like Patrick aptly mentioned, Dubai also has been the front runner, across plans, across initiatives for a long while now, and I think that's going to be the case with the Dubai 2040 master plan as well. Now, moving on, I'd like to understand from all of you, or of course whoever wants to take this, what are the top construction lessons from the past few years that the UAE can share with the entire world? That's a heavy one.
Did you repeat that? Sorry.
What are the top construction lessons from the past few years that the UAE can sort of impart to the rest of the world?
Well, from, again, I'm coming from sort of the claims, sort of dispute angle, but it does tie back, and we keep on talking about it, but it's about collaboration, Right. So, again, I think it's really important at the front end of the construction process when you're looking at design and feasibility that all the stakeholders have input into that, and then that there is proper time put aside to that. And again, I go on about it, especially in this region, risk allocation. I can't emphasize that enough. If you have a look, the parties are negotiating a contract, and you give, again, someone a risk to manage that there's no way he can quantify it and manage it, it will end up in a dispute and costing you time and money and costs on your project. And I think the other thing that, and I'd be interested to see what Patrick thinks as well, but right. I think when it comes to disputes as well and claims, we've both experienced more efficiency from this COVID issue. I think it's been realized that, you can do hearings virtually, and they do work. There is more efficient ways to proceed with processing disputes through technology and these kind of things. And so on that side as well, I think it's important that when disputes happen, they're dealt with as soon as possible in an efficient manner and a realistic cost as well, which, I think COVID-19 has highlighted there are some opportunities on that point.
Right. Patrick?
Yeah, I think it's really just a question of kind of trying to tie all those things together. We've talked about collaborability, we've talked about the use of technology, and I think it's, we've got this 2040 plan in place, we've got the kind of overview of how things are supposed to work. I think that there needs to be the next level down of kind of managing those projects, having a clear focus, a clear goal as to how projects are going to be run and managed, right. How the different stakeholders work together, how technology is going to be used on those projects. And I think that's quite key. I think it's something we might see a bit more of on this plan than we have seen in other plans before, as how it's going to work on a lower level, a more detailed level, and how all these different elements can be drawn together.
Right. It's interesting that you also mentioned how technology will be used on these projects. On that note, I'd like to move to you, Mohammed. Just what are the construction lessons that UAE can teach the rest of the world?
Julian and Patrick said it all. I think every project starts with good intent. Everyone is excited. Everyone wants this project to be completed on time with the right budgets. And I think that intent should translate into process, and it should become, the day-to-day operation. And that's why collaboration, we keep going back and circling back into it. It's key. And it's not about, a collaboration on the first part of the project. You got to give every phase of the project its time. Julian said that. But making sure that all stakeholders are informed with the right information, right. At any given time. So they're all part of the journey, and they all have accountability, across the process. The second thing is, conflict does arise, and issues, and resolving for this becomes a struggle for sure. And if you start building this mentality of single source of truth, where everyone is in one place and everything is being recorded, then that will reduce conflict. I can't say it will delete it, because I think conflict will still arise. But if you have a place where all records are maintained and everyone is using, then these conflicts are easily resolved, and everyone agrees that this is the source of truth.
Right, very interesting. Now, the next question, I'd like to say very beautifully marries both of your fields. So, of course, the legal side of things and the tech side of things. Just how can we use technology to stop unlawful claims on bank guarantees, which results in financial issues for both contractors and subcontractors? Julian, yeah.
I think, I'll give you an example of something that happened to me not that long ago. So whenever I come in to work for a client, one of the key things is just to understand what happened on the project and, look at the construction sequence. That's always the starting point. And this particular client, I came in and I normally, the traditional way is they will get up and do a presentation and the project team will recount what happened. On this particular project, what the parties had done is they'd agreed to have a time-lapse cameras all over the site. It was a third-party system, so no one could tamper with it. So actually what they did was they played me a video of the time-lapse of the entire project being built in front of me in about 15 minutes. That is an example of how you can use technology, and we use that system to sit down with the other side very quickly and say, look, your claim says X, Y, and Z, but you've bought into this system, you can clearly see what's happened and all these kind of things. So that's just a practical example that I've seen of how technology can help. Now, the key is to get the parties to buy into it, and this is always an issue, and I think we've all probably seen that, is there is a reluctance sometimes to be very open, to agree that whatever data point that you're going to share, that you both agree that this is an accurate record and sign off on it. And that is the key. So it's not, to me, it's not so, the technology, like Mohammed said, is there. It's available. The key is the parties sort of letting go a bit, to be honest with you, and saying, okay, I'm going to buy into this, I'm going to sign off that this is an accurate record and everything like that, and we're just going to put the data in, and it will produce wherever, whatever happens. And I'm sure it would, if the parties do this, it will help both myself and Patrick when we're dealing with disputes, because that's always the argument. Someone has a record that says this, someone has another record that says that. Right. So again, it goes back to something, it's about a collaboration, but it will take a real change in mindset and people taking a bit of a risk, because basically you're becoming very transparent. So if, as a developer, you make a mistake, the chances are you're going to have to pay for it. Equally with a contractor, they're going to have to be very open. So if, for example, they have an issue with a subcontractor, they have an issue with their own labor force, whatever, it's going to cause them an issue and maybe cost them time and money. So I think the key is the mindset, from my perspective, that my other colleagues now speak.
Do any of you want to take this as well? Patrick, maybe?
I think in relation to bank guarantees, I think what Julian says is correct about how disputes are managed on a project. I think when it comes to bank guarantees, I think there's going to be a change of mindset how the bank guarantees operate before any of all the good stuff that Julian's talking about in terms of technology is actually going to be of any assistance. Because at the moment, bank guarantees are set up very much there's no need to show any kind of liability in order to make a demand, and therefore that's the issue with technology is not really going to assist in that issue unless there's a change in mindset as to how they operate.
Right. Anything you'd like to add there, Mohammed?
I mean, Patrick and Julian just killed it with the answer, but I think there was a question from the audience that said, what is the biggest challenge? It is the mindset. We gotta shift our mindset, change our approach.
Right. Great. On that note, once again, thank you very much. Unfortunately, this is all we've had time for. Thank you again for your insights and for taking the time to join us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now that was an absolutely interactive session, Disha. Thank you so much. And thanks to Patrick, Julian, and Mohammed as well. Now, next up we have the Road to Expo 2020 Dubai panel. And before we kickstart our discussion for the second panel today, I would like to invite our panelists for this discussion. First up, we have Kes Taylor, CEO of construction heavyweight ALEG. Kes has been at the helm of ALEG for 19 years and has been at the forefront of establishing and maintaining the firm's reputation as one of the UAE's leading contractors. During his career, Kes has been pivotal in driving the company's success since joining in 2001. Please make your way to the stage, Kes. Thank you. Also joining Kes on the discussion today is Saeed Alabar, the CEO of AESG. Saeed founded and built AESG into one of the Middle East and Europe's largest and most respected specialist consultancy, engineering, and advisory firms with a core focus on sustainable urban development. In his role at AESG, Saeed has been involved in managing and directing some of the world's most prestigious real estate and development projects through planning, design, and execution. Thank you for agreeing to be part of the panel discussion, Saeed. Please make it to the stage. Now, before we start our discussion this morning, I would also like to look at the poll results from the question that we'd asked our audiences. What are the targets that Expo 2020 Dubai should be aiming to achieve? And the answers are obviously all of the above. And the other options that we had given to our audiences for this particular poll was repurpose 80% of the site for District 2020, support on-site generation of renewable energy sources, and achieving LEED certification for 120 of the permanent structures. Now, what do you have to say about the poll results, Kes and Saeed?
Yeah. Well, yes, great to be here and talking around this. So, no, look, we've been involved in Expo since over 5 years now on a number of the projects, from some of the country pavilions like the UAE Pavilion, Belgium, Sweden, a number of others, as well as some of the thematic ones. And I think what we can definitely see is the commitment and leadership from Expo of really making this, one of the most sustainable expos that has been done. I mean, the big challenge with the World Expo is it is a 6-month event, and then transitions into previous expos may have been just sort of demolition of the site. But I think what's been really core with the Dubai Expo has been about the legacy phase and how do we retain a lot of the great engineering construction that has gone on there, both on-site and how that also gets used sort of from an off-site perspective for those pavilions which are not going to remain. And that has been the sort of criteria that has been pushed through on all of the projects.
Well, thank you for your points. Coming over to you, Kes, and starting the discussion. I mean, I know that after months of hard work, collaboration with multiple stakeholders, it feels amazing to be looking at the Expo site now, and obviously it's going to open next week. What are your first thoughts when you look at the Expo site now after, breaking ground on some of these fascinating projects there?
Look, I think it's going to be an absolutely mind-blowing event, and the facility that is being put together there and the attention to detail is really going to set it apart. So I think the event is, we're all very fortunate to be here at this point in time. And I think the ideas and the connection of actually getting everyone together and solving the issues that we've currently got on our planet, which are actually huge. If we think of our generation, there's a lot of things that we've done to really upset the balance of this beautiful planet that we all work on. So I think the Expo is going to go way beyond. I think it's going to be very good for the UAE and Dubai. And I mean, we're looking forward to it. We've been very fortunate to be part of the Expo right from the beginning, right until the end now. We've been involved in 22 of the projects. And, the combined value of the work that we've done there is probably around about 4 billion. And, it's been a great project to be part of.
What do you have to say about that, Saeed?
Yeah, I think it's great to get to this point now. As I said, I remember sitting in meetings in start of 2016 on some of the early designs when the first pavilions were sort of being launched, and to see the sort of journey that's taken from overcoming some real technical challenges to achieve the sort of visions of these pavilions, and actually to walk around site a few weeks ago and see a lot of these finished products. And as Kes says, it's an amazing facility. And yeah, that's 10 days away now, and we can really sort of see all of the fruits of all the hard work and labor that has been put into the last 5 years.
Very well said about tactical challenges, and we will be coming back to that point in a very short while. But before that, Kes, I want to ask you, Alec has obviously been involved in so many pavilions. You mentioned 22 projects. I would like to also mention Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, ICD, as well as mobility and opportunity pavilions. So what do you have to say about this type of challenges and obviously the opportunities that you foresee when you foresaw when you were working on these pavilions, when you started the construction activities?
Look, I think the interesting thing, because we've been involved, and a lot of them are with very iconic architects, like Norman Foster, Santiago Calatrava. We've been working with Icaria as well, Boris Mika. So some of the best architects in the world have actually come together. And it's quite interesting, on some of the projects have gone a lot better than others. And I think what we got to try and figure out is what are the reasons why some of these projects do actually get completed on time, within budget, disputes are resolved along the way. And I think a very good example of that is actually the Saudi pavilion for us. So the Saudi pavilion was managed by Aramco. Aramco are a oil and gas, predominantly oil and gas business. And they're very disciplined and they're very process driven. So they were tasked to set this project up for success. They interviewed everyone that they wanted to engage with up front. They turned that project into a design and construct. We worked with very difficult, well not difficult, but very prominent architects. And that project actually, I reckon, scored 10 out of 10 on nearly every single front. In terms of sustainability, fantastic architecture, stakeholders succeeding, finishing on time, finishing within budget. So I think we've got to learn from projects like that. The ones where everything goes pretty seamlessly and gets delivered. And not all projects go like that, whether it be on an Expo development or whether it be in the world. And I think what we've all got to figure out is how do we turn our industry into an industry where we achieve success in the process of how we deliver these great projects?
Do you also agree with what Kes has to say about achieving success there, Saeed?
Yeah, definitely. I think looking beyond just Expo, but I think generally construction projects in the region the last sort of 5-6 years, there's some great examples of success, but also some horrendous failures, if we look at it. And I think it comes down to exactly as Kes says, and a lot of the panel talking about earlier, is that collaboration, having a structured, fair process that delivers through. And with those simple ingredients in place, we can all succeed, and then when you overlay, the advancements we can make in technology and so forth above that, then yeah, we can deliver amazing, sustainable projects on time, on budget, where everyone succeeds. But if we don't have those raw ingredients or the simple things right, which is, collaborative environment, a clear run for everyone to do what they need to do, and a fair and transparent process, then you can throw any technology and best brains in the world at it, you're still going to fail. So yeah, I think there's been some great examples though throughout that.
And I definitely agree. Oh, sorry.
Just on sustainability, I think a key factor in sustainability is that people and businesses succeed into the future. So, sustainability isn't just about the environment, it's about the organizations. And I think we're really struggling in this region. If we were to look at players that were in this region 20 years ago and weren't able to succeed here, and the players that are here today, there's been a massive shift. Yeah. And there's been a massive attrition rate. So what we should be doing is creating an environment where the best talent and the best organizations can actually succeed, add value, contribute to the economy, and be a sustainable business. And I think we're struggling to achieve that at the moment.
Yeah, and I definitely agree, because even during our first panel discussion, this was something that we discussed. Sustainable future is the way forward. And obviously, Dubai 2040 Urban Master Plan will definitely set a benchmark for other plans across the region as well. Coming on to you, Saeed, I know sustainability has been at the core of everything that AESG does. And this was also your focus when you were working on Expo 2020 Dubai projects. What was your experience like being involved as a consultancy in some of the biggest projects across the Expo site?
Yeah, so I think, as I said, we've been involved in a number of the thematic pavilions and country pavilions, and with very high aspirations. And I think it's what those projects have achieved from a sustainability perspective has been, setting a new benchmark for the region in terms of aspirations. And I think the key to that has been the leadership from the Expo of having very clear KPIs and targets that everyone has to follow, whether that's projects being developed by Expo or projects being developed by the countries developing their pavilions. And I think what was great as well is that they're very holistically looking at it from not just whether the lead ratings and the things, which is great benchmarks, but also setting KPIs for energy efficiency, for water efficiency, looking at social aspects of sustainability, and really, really important, as I mentioned earlier, is the legacy use. That it isn't going to be a case that these pavilions are constructed and then demolished at the end, that there is going to be legacy use either for the facility itself or for the materials and systems that are put into it. So that sort of design for demobilization element being very key. So yeah, no, it's been great to work on and a great learning experience for us as a company and as a team, and we've definitely learned and developed a number of practices through that, which we'll take forward on other projects as well.
Yeah, and it comes down to what we discussed just at the beginning of the panel discussion, how 80% of the site is supposed to be repurposed for District 2020. So just to add on to that, Kez, what was the procurement process like during your time, working at Expo 2020 Dubai projects? Because sustainability was obviously central to everything that Expo has been doing.
Yeah, so we didn't just work for one client. It wasn't as if the Expo let every single project there. There were 192 country pavilions, so each country pavilion was its own project, its own client, its own way of setting things up. And but I think in terms of procurement, where we saw the greatest success is where there was a shift away from traditional models to models where everybody got together early and added value. Getting 100% design that isn't efficient and doesn't deliver the best result doesn't necessarily, it's not the right outcome. I think what happened, like on the Saudi pavilion, we got involved. It was a design and construct together with the concept designers. We then all added value, and it was quite an iconic structure. It had to be built very fast, and everybody had input around construction methodology, getting the design coordinated in the most efficient way, making sure that the construction on the ground was progressing the way that we wanted, and that was a good example. So there were different procurement models. From our experience, we would say that kind of a model delivered a much better outcome than some of the other projects, which were traditional, incomplete design, out to tender, lowest person gets the project, design doesn't get delivered the way that you should, project goes over time, over budget, disputes don't get resolved, and that's traditional. So we got to realize the value of having a holistic view of a project, and I think the focus needs to be from all stakeholders on the project. We all got to make sure if that project succeeds, everyone that's working on that project hopefully will succeed as well.
I see that you were nodding in agreement to what Kes had to say. Would you like to add something from your side, Saeed?
Yeah, no, completely. I think, as Kes says, if you're creating an environment of zero-sum game, of driving a price to the bottom, and as I said, taking all the risk without the reward, then it's destined to fail. All parties need to succeed for a project to end in success, and I think that is something that needs to be looked at. Are the procurement routes that we're following on major projects in the region there to create success. You know, when you create a tender list of 20 parties, when you know full well that only 2 or 3 of those parties actually have the capability and muscle to deliver that project, then all you're doing with the other 17 bidders is either A, wasting their time, or B, using that to drive prices down. So you're going to get the real players that can deliver it to do it at a price that they can't deliver it for, where everyone then fails. Or worst case scenario, procurement leads to, let's select that lowest bidder who has absolutely no capability to do that job. And we've been on projects where that has happened. Again, I'm talking outside of Expo. And 2 months later, they failed. You know, they weren't even able to get sort of a spade in the ground, and they failed. And we've wasted all that time, money, and effort. So I think that there needs to be a little bit more intelligence in procurement, if I'm honest, that it's actually got to the point where you think this, you know, someone can come out of a university and see that this does not make sense, this process that has been followed. So I would definitely support that we do need to look at this properly and look at it sensibly and almost act as adults and see, right, what's the best way to make these projects succeed.
Yeah, very well said.
I think there's a great opportunity for Dubai and the UAE to realize the value that can be created through creating the right environments for delivery of projects and mega projects. And at the moment, we're not getting it right. So the projects are iconic, they're fantastic, a lot of them, but the process in getting there, we are exceptionally poor. And the effort and energy that's required to rectify it is not much is required. It's basically just creating this ecosystem and a model where everybody adds value at the right point in time and everyone is focused on the project. So with collaborative models, I mean, it's been proven around the world that 80% of collaborative models succeed, and traditional models, 20% of them succeed. So there's a massive opportunity for us to fix this. But at the moment, I mean, it seems to be pretty hard work to get people to shift, because the perception is the cheap guy is the best guy for the job. We've got involved on Expo, there's probably close to a dozen projects that we've had to take over and deliver. And the reason for that is, you could argue, failed procurement up front. Just going with the cheapest guy, doesn't have the ability, doesn't have the financial means, doesn't have the track record, yet he's been appointed. And so we've had to go in there and put in a lot of effort to deliver a lot of these kind of projects.
So I think we all will collectively agree that the project has always been the key focus and should be a key focus. And that brings me to my next question, obviously, is about collaboration, because without collaboration, such a large-scale project wouldn't have been possible. How was it like for Alec to work with multiple stakeholders, you know, across all of your projects during your time period when you're working at the Expo?
Yeah, I think if we look at the Expo, maybe not just from our perspective, but the Expo as a whole. So Her Excellency Rima Lashmi has been involved there right from day one, from when they won the project. And Ahmed Al-Khatib was the delivery person responsible for the delivery of the whole project. He has been there right from the beginning, right until now as well. So I think the lesson of that, the first lesson is we need consistent, good leadership that actually have the right kind of traits to be involved in a mega project like this from the beginning right the way through to the end. Often what happens on these big complex projects is they go off track, and then the first thing that happens is they start replacing people. Okay, so, and then you've got a big problem, because the minute you get new people involved, they have a different strategy, a different approach, different way of executing things, and the team pretty much, that whole team, which is a massive team, you're building a city in essence. So I think one of the good things we can definitely learn from Expo is that we had consistent, good leadership at the top level of the development, right the way from the beginning all the way through to the end. So I think, you know, that was the first key thing. The other thing that I think I did really well at Expo was the logistics. So the logistics, there were many phases of logistics all the way through it. And if you think of the infrastructure around it, so, you know, the roads, the interchanges, the metro, all the bulk services, the infrastructure, and then also the logistics required for, you know, 192 different clients coming in, operating, as well as the mega projects. On a, let's call it a mega project scale, they've done an exceptional job. So I think those are the things. But getting back to the collaboration, you know, for me, collaboration is everything going into the future. The whole idea behind the Expo is to connect minds, create the future. And if we think of construction, you know, the way we've been operating over the last couple of decades here is suboptimal in so many aspects. And the energy and effort required for us to improve it. And I think in Dubai and the UAE, we should be aiming to become not just world-class in terms of the products that we put together and design, but in terms of the process. And the greatest opportunity for all of us is in improving that process.
Would you also agree with that, Said? How is it different for AESG when it comes to working with other stakeholders in a collaborative manner?
Yeah, I think one of the key things, I definitely agree with what Orke says, when you have consistent and empowered leadership is key to deliver a great project. We've been involved in other mega projects where that hasn't been the case, where there hasn't been empowered leadership to make the right decisions or quick decisions, then that leads to a lot of inefficiency. So I think that's been great. The other part that I would pick up from on the Expo, which is, you know, and it's been a huge achievement. You look at, you know, to deliver that scale has been amazing. Has been that the project comes first. Yeah. You know, that's been the mindset throughout all of the stakeholders. That, you know, there's an immovable deadline. This is an event that's going to, you know, really showcase the best of Dubai, with whether that's the architecture, the engineering, the construction, the infrastructure, the leadership. It really is showcasing the best foot we can put forward. So that's really created an environment and a culture where the project comes first. All the other aspects can be dealt with and sorted out, and whether that's, you know, disagreements around programs or disagreements around other elements, because of that mindset that, look, we need to get this project done. We're gonna get it done. We're gonna focus on that. We've been able to overcome a lot of these issues. We've been in projects where that hasn't been the case, where, you know, the disputes between parties have taken more of the center stage than let's get the job done. Mm-hmm. And then that has been what has led the focus, as opposed to delivering a great project. So I think that's been something that we've seen across all stakeholder groups that has been really, really strong.
Yeah, there was a very well point made about how design, architecture, infrastructure, structure, everything was exceptional at Expo, which takes me to my next question. What were some of these opportunities? You know, when you talk about structures like these, it includes so many opportunities on different levels for contractors, consultants, subcontractors, and other stakeholders. What would you like to say about that, Kez?
The opportunity of the...
working with the Expo 2020 projects.
Yeah, so I think... Look, I think we've had multiple projects there. Some of them have been brilliant in all aspects, and others have been pretty difficult to work on. So I think if we look at, for me, overall as a development, it's an amazing success. As individual projects within it, there's a lot that we can learn from an opportunity point of view in improving the process. The key thing is, you know, we have a lot of these sessions, and very seldom do clients actually attend these sessions. But the client is actually, he holds the key, or she, to the, you know, that project being a success. They are critical in terms of their behavior, how they set things up. And I think what we got to do is we got to, all of us collectively, do everything within our power to actually educate clients around the importance of solving things as you go, resolving things. Projects are complex by nature, people, nationalities, cultures. How do you actually, and I mean, yeah, we're working with people from all over the world. How do you take all those complexities of what you've got, and you know, what's culturally right for one person is totally wrong for another. And how do you get this mix of people that we've got working together, especially on the Expo, we've had all these countries. How do you get everybody working towards project success?
What do you have to say about that, Said? Do you also agree with what Kez has to say?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's been great opportunities across the world. I think, look, from our side, working on some of these designs has been you know, an incredible experience. You know, one that you know, a once in a generation type opportunity to be working on that many complex, unique buildings at any one time. And yeah, we've learned a lot through that. You know, whether that's, you know, achieving, engineering some of the visions of some of these architects that have, using some of the sort of technology and design tools that were sort of, I guess, have definitely come to more prominence over the last 5 years, and using those to solve some of these challenges has been great. Using a lot of advanced simulation tools, how do we use sort of algorithms in design to optimize for constructability, because, there is an immovable deadline. Looking at how you create these, iconic, unique structures in a way that can be built quickly, and how do we use tools to do that? It's been a great opportunity to learn from those, and it has been, a real test bed for a lot of people in a lot of organizations, whether that's consultants, engineers, contractors, subcontractors, to sort of really push boundaries and at an opportunity and scale to do that. So yeah, I think it's been something that we should definitely leverage from, and I think those organizations that have been involved through that should really take those lessons learned, and we should be looking at that on not just on a future of Dubai scale, but on a global scale. Really export that expertise that we've developed, and because there's very few sort of place in the world where you've got a construction supply chain that can step up to the mark and deliver something like this. And we really do need to celebrate and leverage that. And yeah, there's the challenges along the way and everything else. But if that can be delivered in that time scale with the challenges, with COVID, everything else, then there really is sort of no limitation of what can be achieved.
Yeah, and that brings me back to my question about challenges. I know, Kez, you would like to talk to me about this. What were some of these challenges that you incurred during this course? Because a large-scale project, not easy, so many stakeholders, so many workers, health and safety. What was it like for you?
Look, I think, it's been a great challenge. I think in our industry, we're all very optimistic in terms of we always believe that we can do it. On this project, we had a deadline. So collectively, everybody knew that the Expo is going to take place, got pushed out by 12 months, but it is going to take place, and collectively, everybody was pushing towards that objective. I think when we get out there and we see what has been achieved and the kind of environment and what's being created, it's going to be amazing. Just getting back to that point on I think what we should do at the Expo, I think as the construction industry, I think we should all collectively get together and on the Expo actually come up with what are the lessons to be learned from a construction point of view at the Expo? What are the things that we did great? What are the things that we can learn from that we can improve on? I think on that development, there's a massive amount of learnings that should come out of that and hopefully improve the industry going into the future. So, and that's what the Expo is about. The Expo is about connecting minds, creating the future. So, in our industry, I think we should run a session on that, and perhaps come up with lessons that all of us can learn from, as to what went well and what could we improve on.
Yeah, and I definitely agree that one of the key lessons learned during your work at Expo 2020 Dubai was adopting technology. What would you have to say about that, Said? What was it like, embracing technology during tough, challenging times for the last 18 months and even before that? And how did it help you as a company, work with your stakeholders all through the Expo projects?
Yeah, so probably our experience on the technology we deployed was, I guess, in two parts. One was on sort of managing of projects, and the other part on sort of design. So on the design side, to achieve some of the sustainability aspirations, we obviously used and deployed a lot of sort of advanced simulation tools, whether that's around simulating the sort of energy and water consumption of the buildings and how you use those tools to optimize that, how you look at the sort of the materials and their life cycle impacts of those materials and the embodied carbon, and again using advanced simulation tools to optimize those. But then also alongside that, as I alluded to, was with some of these complex structures and complex facades, is using algorithm-based designs where, as opposed to someone trial and error, there's different options. We were able to create scripts to be able to basically run thousands of options to then optimize to what the best outcome was from a constructability perspective. So that was something that we, on some of the national pavilions, that was really good. I guess, application. And then also on Expo Village, for example, where we were managing the handover and commissioning of the 15 towers that form Expo Village, where there's so many towers going up, so many systems, multiple contractors, through sort of a software firm that we acquired, actually, we deployed sort of a handover management web-based tool where everything sort of tracked live. We know exactly what the status is of all the systems, percentage completion, are we on track for schedule and things like that. So that was also something that we applied there. So I think it's been good, and as I said, these projects are a test bed because they force you to do these things. With the timelines that are being set, with the sustainability aspirations, and with the complexity of the architecture, you can't go through it just through your standard sort of approach of tracking things on Excel or paper and doing calculations. It had to be right. We need to try these new ideas, and some of the design tools we worked with the Research Institute in Barcelona actually that sort of do a lot of this sort of algorithm-based design and worked with them on this. And then our team could learn from that process and, apply it going forward. So, as I said, from that perspective, and I'm sure a lot of companies had a similar experience, is this was an opportunity where you were forced to apply sort of new approaches to things, which was great.
Yeah, and I see you're also nodding in agreement to what Saeed said, because I know Alec has been very big on technology adoption and BIM adoption and working with other stakeholders for that. What would you like to say about it?
Look, I think we use BIM effectively and use a common platform, and everyone has the skill and the knowledge to feed into it. Where you've got a very complex project, what ends up happening is you end up constructing pretty seamlessly. So I think that's been a big success for us on a lot of the projects. So, yeah, I think if we look at the Expo from a technology point of view, we have definitely lifted the bar. And I think if we look at where we started and where we are today, we've definitely evolved and become better. And it's been good.
Yeah, and I think we would collectively agree that Expo 2020 Dubai has obviously set a benchmark for so many things, and technology is one of them. And this is something that, one of the key learnings that we just spoke about, that the sector should be taking forward. Now moving on, let us talk about what happened last year. A 1-year postponement of the Expo obviously gave a buffer time to the contractors, consultants, and all of the other stakeholders. But that also meant that there were cost overruns. There were a lot of other challenges that came with it. What would you like to say about that? Let's start with you, Kez.
Look, I think the minute that there's a postponement, it's almost like the heat gets taken out of the development, and people then feel that they've got slack and they can take their foot off the gas. So I think that's natural. I think perhaps a little bit of that did happen on the development. But even when you push something out and you've got a deadline, everyone has been under a lot of pressure to actually get everything 100% completed for the opening on the 1st of October. But it is looking amazing. I mean, the attention to detail, people are really going to be blown away by, even at dusk, as an example, the whole of the Expo is going to change in color to orange. The attention to detail is really going to be amazing. I think for kids when they go there, I'm pretty sure they're going to say to their parents they want to go back. I think it's going to appeal to everyone, and I think we should all make a real effort. We're very fortunate to be at this point in time, not just in the construction and design of the development, but we're very fortunate to be here, and I think we should encourage everyone to participate. Our planet is in a bit of a mess at the moment. Our generation have a lot to answer for. This Expo is going to highlight the real issues that we're facing, and what we all need to do collectively is, as individuals, we need to play our part in figuring out how we're going to turn our planet, which is out of balance at the moment, and turn it into a planet that is going to be sustainable moving into the future. So I think Expo is highlighting a whole lot of issues, and I think for the kids and the next generation, I think they're going to love going there. It's going to be about learning, and it's going to be about the future. And I think they see the future perhaps a lot clearer than perhaps what the older generation do. But it is going to be amazing, and we encourage everyone to really get involved in it, and don't go there once. You've got to go there as often as you can.
Saeed, you've spoken to Construction Week before, and you've also mentioned, how sustainable future is what you foresee when you look at the Expo 2020 side. What would you add onto what Kes just said?
Yeah, well, I think just firstly, just on touching on the question you asked around sort of the COVID and the impact that has had, and I've looked at the various projects we've been involved in and how that has impacted, and I think what it has done is it's exasperated projects that have, exposed projects that have been set up well for success and projects that were destined for failure anyway, and has just accelerated that process. I think some of the earlier panel talked about, projects where there was a great collaboration. They're actually able to overcome the challenges. It was a black swan event. It was something that was never predicted. But I think what it does show is that the industry has the capability to overcome even the biggest challenge, given the right environment for collaboration. We have a lot of projects where that has happened, with minimal, in the scheme of things, very minimal sort of overall impact to program cost, etc. We've had other projects that were set up in a very confrontational manner. They already reached a very confrontational point, and those ended up as total failures. So I think from what I've taken away from it is that the pandemic itself has not been the root cause of success or failure on projects. Yeah. It was issues that were already in place. And I think the Expo has been a great example of a collaborative project still being able to kind of overcome those. And yet, people have taken a hit. It was an impact, but still ultimately being able to deliver a great product at the end of it is something that we should, as an industry, really celebrate. On the sustainability part, I think, again, what I think the pandemic has done is it's focused minds on this issue, on the issue of our planet. It's shown us that, an event that happens in China reverberates around the world. Global disasters, whether they're environmental or health disasters, do not show respect for borders. It is going to be across the board, and it's shown that, that the next, climate disaster, which we're already living in, when you look at the news and, 52 degrees Celsius in Canada, forest fires here, etc., that it's something really that I think the last year has really focused minds we need to address, and address very quickly. And I think Expo really has to be the point where the world comes together. We've got COP26 coming up as well, I guess alongside the same sort of timing, but that's where I see the agreements will happen of what we need to do, but I actually think the solutions will come from places like World Expos, where we need to sort of actually look at how you leverage, governments and industry, academia, youth, to really come up with these solutions going forward, because the timescales that we're working to are very, very tight. I say, we started working on Expo 5 years ago. The science is telling us that we've got 5 years from now to make sure that our construction industry is operating at net zero. So, it didn't seem that long ago being sat in kickoff meetings for some of the pavilions that we're now seeing completed. Yeah. So if we look back now, the next 5 years, to get to a point where everything designed in our industry has to be, at that sort of net zero point, it really needs very sort of radical, fast, transformative solutions.
Yeah. I see you were nodding in agreement, Kes. Would you like to add something to it before we move on to our last question?
No, if we look at the data and the trends as to what is going on with our planet, if we don't stand up and take serious action, we could really be down the line looking at this and saying, why didn't we take notice? So, the warning signs are flashing in front of us. The Expo is going to highlight these issues. The best minds around the world are going to come to one place. And if we can create that forum of figuring out how do we improve these things, I think there's going to be a tremendous amount of value that's going to come out of the Expo. I think it's going to be hugely beneficial for Dubai in particular and the UAE. And I think from a investment point of view, I think a lot of people that have never been here before are going to be blown away by the city, by the event, by the leadership, and by the very clear direction as to where the future lies here. And I think after this event and during this event, there's going to be a massive uptick in investment and people wanting to base their industries there.
Yeah, I see you're also agreeing to what Kes had to say. Do you want to add something to that before we move on?
Yeah, no, I'd completely agree. I think there's a lot of challenges we face, and there's a lot of crises we face in the industry. But ultimately, what has been delivered in not just Expo but in Dubai is incredible achievements in sort of construction and engineering. I mean, we opened up our office in London 4 or 5 years ago. Half our team are actually Dubai construction alumni, and they're doing amazing work in London, and worked on things which most of their competitors or peers have never had the opportunity to. Whereas you've got people that have worked here for 10 years, and they've got 12 to 15 super high-rise towers under their belt. So it's something that I feel we as an industry have not embraced enough, of actually looking at the expertise and celebrating the expertise that is within the regional and particularly sort of the Dubai construction sector, and how can those companies really sort of look to provide that on a world stage, because the level of talent that has been developed through the last sort of 40, 50 years, but particularly say the last 20 years of development has been incredible, and it is something really to celebrate.
Yeah, very well said. And moving on to our last question, I know we spoke a lot about key learnings and takeaways. So I want to know from both of you all, what were some of these key learnings and takeaways since having worked with Expo 2020 Dubai projects?
Look, I think leadership is very important in anything that you do in life. So having the right leaders with the right kind of vision, with the right kind of focus consistently throughout a mega development like this, and then also the individual projects within it are key. And so leadership, if you haven't got the right leadership, I don't think you're going to achieve the kind of result that you're looking for. So the right leadership with the right approach, with the right kind of mindset, will achieve anything that you put in front of them, whether it be around sustainability, delivery of a project, stakeholders succeeding. So on the people front, it's all about people. If we haven't got the right people with the right kind of mindset, you can underpin that with the best technologies in the world, but you're not going to get the desired outcome. So for me, people are key to it, and the right people in the right place. And I think at Expo, between Her Excellency Reem and Ahmed Al-Khatib, they've demonstrated that. Ahmed's been at the forefront of massive pressure, dealing with multiple projects on a multiple scale, all with all the kind of challenges that they've got. And I must say, as a character, he's stood up to all that pressure. He's maintained his values, his respect. He's been very calm under massive pressure, and he's managed to pull that team together and deliver what is going to be an amazing event. So really, I take my hat off to him, and I think he's been an example to many people about how he's actually led the delivery of that project.
What do you have to say about that, Syed?
Yeah, I'd completely agree. I think that's a key point. I think to add to it, what would I say as a key lesson? It's setting up a project where the project success comes first. Because if a project succeeds, more than likely all the parties that do their job and do their job well will also succeed. If a project fails, everyone fails. The client fails, the supply chain will fail, the contractors will fail, the consultants will fail. So really setting up projects from that perspective, from both selecting the right procurement, which sets up for success, creating the contractual mechanisms where the project comes first and people's own self-interests or positions, don't take precedent over that. Yeah. Working on designs and picking the right team that are going to put the project first, and if you set that up both contractually and culturally with the right leadership, that the project always comes first, then we're more likely to deliver great projects. It's pretty simple. That's right. Whereas when people's own individual positions come first, then everyone's going to fail. Yeah,
that's right. And on that note, I think it brings us down to a conclusion that obviously project has been a key focus, and that is what we've seen even during Expo 2020 Dubai. Everyone was collectively working towards the success of one project, and that is what we are going to witness next week. So because we are falling short of time, I have to move on to the Q&A session. So let's look at the questions now. So our first question is about, with design and build happening on Expo and your experiences, do you see this trend coming into the market more often? And is this a positive or not?
Okay, so for us, all of the design and construct projects that we've delivered, we've finished on time, within budget, and we've been very efficient in the process. What we managed to do on a design and build project is we managed to get everyone together early. We managed to set up that the project comes first for everyone. We all act in the best interests of that project. And what we try to do all the way through the process is optimize. So we don't allow 20 people inspecting one thing. Somebody must be responsible for delivering it, getting it right, and they're accountable for it. They don't need 20 people to go and check whether it's right or not. At the end of the day, if it's not right, it's up to that person that's responsible to actually rectify it. So there's a lot of waste in the traditional process, but I think for me, design and build is definitely a way of the future. You need to put the right team together. There's a lot of other factors that will go into it succeeding, but all the design and build projects that we've done, and one of those was the Saudi Pavilion that we spoke about, it's been a massive success. And, but it's not just the design and build, I'd say it's the team working together, acting in the best interests of the project, as Saad said, but design and build is definitely way better than traditional, in our opinion.
Yeah, I see you also agreeing. Do you also agree to what Kes said about design build? Is that the same?
I think it depends. I think there's a lot of great successes in design and build. There are also failures. It's not sort of just because you go design and build, it's a solution. I think it comes down to setting it up right as well. Too often we see failures where a client will look at design and build of basically, I'll stop the consultant at schematic design and pass it off to a contractor, which, quite often we see failures, whether that's quality failures or things ending up in disputes. I think it's very important when a client wants to go design and build that they're very clear on that from the start, and they set up the project to be a design and build project from the start, not a traditional project that has just been taken off the consultant halfway through and passed to a contractor, because that, ultimately does result in failure. So it's setting it up right that the designs are leading up to sort of setting very, very clear performance requirements for the contractor, whereas performance on sort of quality, performance specifications, not being overly prescriptive, so the contractor has his opportunity to sort of find solutions for savings, etc. But those solutions are very tightly bound within the quality aspirations that the client has. When you set that up, then we've got amazing construction firms in the industry here that can really deliver that quality and be innovative and find solutions that are able to save cost, which they'll make a better margin for, the client will benefit from, because ultimately if you've got a healthy supply chain that's all making a profit, you're going to get a good project. So I think there's a lot of really good examples, but it really comes down to the client being clear from the very start, this is going to go design and build, let's set it up right from the start, make sure that the documents are very, very clear, concise, there's no ambiguity, and then we can get a real clear, good run to the end.
Yeah, very well said. That takes me to our next question. I think probably this one would be for you. Could you tell us to what extent BIM was used to support a timely construction of the Expo pavilions?
Okay, so I think it varied across the board. Very good examples of BIM implementation for us was mobility. It was very complex, and we used BIM very effectively there in terms of coordinating everything on the project. So BIM is a fantastic tool. We need to upskill people across the board, that people can all become BIM literate. That is evolving and happening at the moment. And what we're finding is on each project that we do, we're getting better as we're evolving down the line. But the benefits of BIM are huge and massive. And we're getting, as collectively as an industry, we're getting better and better at it. So yeah, BIM has been,
yeah, okay.
It's had a major positive impact.
Yeah, that's right. Moving on to our next question, and this one would be for you, Said. Bearing in mind the legacy of District 2020, to what extent did life cycle analysis inform decision-making on the pavilions in your experience?
Yeah, so no, it was something that was definitely incorporated. There were requirements that were set out from the Expo around legacy phase and legacy material use. What we had done on a number of our projects was create life cycle analysis models for some of those pavilions, so that you input all of the materials that are being used and the structural design and things, and you're able to sort of see what the life cycle impact of that is from an embodied carbon or other material impacts, and how you can then tweak the design, tweak materials to affect that. So that's Probably the Expo projects were the first time we've deployed that type of technology and analysis. So it's definitely something that's been incorporated.
Okay. Next one is definitely for you, KZ. You will know why I say this. Do you think that the construction industry will ever move away from the cheapest is the best mentality? And what steps can be taken to educate the decision makers?
Look, I think I do believe we're going to step in that direction. If we think of the waste that's going on in our industry of projects not being finished on time within budget, if we think of our construction industry globally, it's worth $11 trillion. Let's say we improved it by 10%. That's $1 trillion. Just think what good we could do if we went and didn't go and put $1 trillion into waste in the construction industry. We took $1 trillion and benefited everything that, on our planet through $1 trillion every single year. So the benefits are massive. The problem is there for all to see. The numbers are out there, and I do believe that we got to educate the decision makers that and it should be easy to do because the examples are out there right in front of us for everyone to see. We need to shift. McKinsey's have written a good article, and they called it, when are we going to stop the insanity? And we pretty much carry on doing this failed model where things don't work over and over and over again. And we've got to, hopefully sanity is going to prevail. People are going to be smart in their decision making, and we need to shift to much better models that lead to project and stakeholder success.
Right. On to you, Saeed. Where do you see the technology vendors falling short? What would you like to see more of, or probably more less from technology vendors?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I missed
Yeah,
the
sure.
end of that.
Where do you see the technology vendors falling short? What would you like to see more of or less of from the technology vendors?
I think the big one that I see is that we see technology being applied for the sake of technology being applied. What I always say to people when they're talking about technology, we've spoken to a number of projects where they said, all right, this is what we're going to be doing in BIM, this is what we're going to be doing in smart cities, etc. is, what question are you trying to answer with the technology? What are you trying to solve? Are you trying to reduce your number of car park spaces? Okay, we want to reduce our car park spaces by half. Okay, let's look at what technology is available that can enable us to do that. Too often I see that, technology will be shown to a client or on a project, and oh, we like the look of that, let's put it in, and you end up with these kind of bolt-ons. So I think what we see from a technology, what we'd like to see is sort of a technology strategy almost. What are we trying to achieve, and how's the best way to achieve that? Begin with the end in mind, as opposed to sort of throwing things on, because then all you end up doing is a lot of technology that doesn't speak to each other, creates more complexity. You end up with people not understanding it. And you can, quite often, we see a lot of projects which have just been over-deployed with technology. And it's not actually making things more efficient, it's making them less efficient. So I think that to me is the key one, is what are we trying to solve?
That's right. And on to our last question. What were the keys to success at the KSA Expo project? Openness, transparency, trust, as well as drilled project management structure. What would you like to say about that?
Look, I think first of all, we had a client who was decisive. He was very clear, about the project outcome. Then I'd say we put a team together that were very competent in their fields, and we collaborated up front in optimizing. When it came to decision making, it was instant. If we asked a question, we got an answer. Everyone knew that this thing had to get delivered, and the Saudi Pavilion, they wanted to set an example, not just around the end result, around the process. They and they've done it often in Aramco, in the oil and gas projects that they do, which are complex. And I'd say that kind of mindset, that drive to want to succeed, not just in the end product, but in the process, resulted in a great outcome for everyone.
Yeah. And before we close today's session, any last comments, Saeed?
No, I think maybe just touching on that is a very interesting point of having an oil and gas client leading a construction project and that ending up in a success. And I started my career in oil and gas, and when I went into construction, you sort of see that there's a lot that each can learn from each other. But I think for us to succeed as an industry, it probably is a good idea to look at what others are doing, whether that's the aerospace sector, manufacturing, oil and gas, where they've got a lot higher success ratio on projects than we do. So I think that's an interesting point to conclude on.
Yeah. Thank you so much both for joining us today, and I'm really fascinated by what you shared about your journey at the Expo, and I'm sure everyone sitting here would also agree. Thank you once again for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, I'm sure that after that panel discussion, everyone's eagerness to visit Expo 2020 Dubai probably would have increased tenfold. Mine definitely has. So before we move on, I think it will be time for us to take a quick 30 minutes break, and then we will meet you back here for our next panel discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 more minutes to go and then we will start the second leg of our session. I would request you all to please take your seats. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you must have had a good time networking, enjoying your coffee and snacks, but now it's time for our third panel discussion of the day. We will be talking about the experience that the construction stakeholders in the industry have had constructing in a post-COVID world. But before we go into the panel discussion, we had conducted a quick poll to understand, and I think it will now show up, it's here already, to understand what has constructing in a post-COVID world taught us. And as you can see, there are 4 options already: to digitize, to localize procurement methods, to choose sustainable design decisions for long-term, and all of the above. And I can see you are still voting, so. Okay, so I think it's a half-half. Many of you believe that it's to digitize, but most of you would say all of the above. And now it is all of the above, which is a very good point. And I think, yes, it is all of the above. For constructing in a post-COVID world, it is important to not just digitize, but think of the sustainable future and also think of procurement methods in a sustainable way. So moving on to our panel discussion, before I introduce my moderator, I would like to thank you once again for joining us today. And the third panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Mark Raymond, who is a partner at Pinson Masons. Mark has 30 years of experience in advising a wide range of clients in the energy, power, refining, process, oil and gas, construction and engineering, as well as other sectors in the Middle East and Asia-Pacific regions. I would now leave it out to Mark to take the conversation forward with all the other panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Ranju, and to welcome everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here and to see so many familiar faces, albeit some disguised by masks in the audience. I'm absolutely delighted to be able to introduce what is a very high caliber, high quality panel. To my immediate left, can I introduce Pedram Rad. Pedram's the co-founder of design consultancy U+A. He's a REBA chartered architect and has a master's degree in architecture with over 20 years experience, specializing in hotel and hospitality design, residential housing and high-rise mixed-use developments. Welcome, Pedram, good to see you. To Pedram's left, we have David Merritt. Now, David is the Managing Director and Head of Middle East and Asia Pacific for Driver Tret. David is a chartered quantity surveyor, a chartered civil engineering surveyor, and has over 35 years experience in evaluating and presenting construction claims relating to delay, disruption, acceleration, and loss of profit claims. Good to have you with us, David. To David's left, we have Sachin Karur. Sash is the managing partner of the law firm Reed Smith in the Middle East. He's a lawyer in the energy and natural resources group and has over 24 years of experience advising government and private sector on private and publicly procured infrastructure projects across the Middle East and India. Welcome, Sash. And last but not least, we have Jeju Joshua, who's Regional Managing Director, specializing in operations at RIB CCS Gulf. Jeju is a civil engineer and certified project manager, and he provides specialist software solutions to the construction and engineering industry. So, welcome to our panel. I think, ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportune session. We've got around about 45 minutes where we're going to be talking about constructing in a post-COVID world. Now, that's a topic which many of us have not only been talking about, but living over the last 18 months or so. And what I'd like to do over the next period of time is to look at some of the lessons that we've learnt in the construction sector over the last 18 months, but also just have a look into our crystal balls to see what we expect to be the new normal in the construction contracting environment. And what better way of navigating that than having a lawyer, a quantity surveyor, an architect, and the digitisation specialists, and I'm sure we're going to have a good debate around all those issues. Now, we want this to be as interactive as possible. I think you've all been introduced to Slido, so we're going to have some Q&A at the end. But I think what we'd like to do is to start by just taking a look back over the last 18 months, and just to get the perspective of each of our panelist members as to what have they seen, what changes have they seen as a consequence of the COVID pandemic? What particular lessons do you think have been learnt, and what impact, particularly within your own perspectives, has it had on your own day jobs? So I'll start, if I could, with Pedram to my left.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, everybody. I think good to see everybody here today. It's been a long time that we're missing such event, and that's the consequence of what you're saying the past 18 months. I think the 18 months was very difficult for all of us, not only in work or business, but in personal life. We've seen many people lost their families, friends, and that become quite drastic. And that's a difference between 2020 event or crisis versus 2009, where we have only economic issue. Here we have kind of a life-threatening matters that we would basically deal with it in a different fashion. So the life completely changed. In my opinion, there's no post-COVID. There's a transition. There is a transition from where we were back in 2019 or before and post-2020. And a lot of lesson learned. Again, I personally cannot generalize it to entire world. I rather really focus on where we're living, which is in this case Dubai and UAE in particular, and that's the topic of our discussion today. So here we have experienced different things, especially when it comes to efficiency. Again, back to our industry, we were not efficient. We were not working nicely, efficiently. We had too many stakeholder roundtables. We had always like in between those fats, and we were not really kind of concentrating on what. So COVID forced us to be efficient. In my opinion, we now working more efficient. I mean, I'm talking about going to meeting all the way to design process. So certainly that was my first thing that we experienced, being more efficient, being more muscles than fat, and try to really kind of make sure our businesses, whether it's architecture or construction or particularly design, is getting to the absolute efficiency. So that was the best things that I learned myself.
Okay, well, very interesting. So David, more efficiency we're seeing in the construction sector. Is that your experience as well?
Yeah, no, I think that's true. I think what we've seen is the construction industry reacting to COVID like it reacts to many problems. The construction industry, the people that work in it are very resourceful, particularly in this part of the world where we take on big jobs, complex jobs with very tight time frames and very tight budgets. The construction industry is a resourceful industry. You know, it's what we build tends to be prototypical in nature. There's always new problems. There's not a step-by-step guide to any construction project. They're all slightly different. But you saw the construction industry reacting in the pragmatic, practical way that I expected it to, and that's the type of people in the industry. You have engineers, you have project managers, you have surveyors. These are and architects who think and react and solve problems on a day-by-day basis, and that's exactly what they did with COVID. And the one really, really good thing I think that's come out of COVID, if there is any good things come out of COVID, but the construction practices, the construction industry has always been adverse to technology, digitization. You've seen other industries move on, manufacturing, service industries, maritime. They've all embraced technology and digitization much more than construction has. Now, as far as I can see, this has given the construction industry the nudge it needs to embrace new technologies a bit more. From the basics of having more meetings, site meetings over Teams, to BIM, to embracing the technologies that are around CAD these days, particularly for my industry, with the surveying and the claims things, what we're doing with that. Everyone's looking at that a lot more, and that's got to be a good thing, because that will improve efficiencies much more than, I think, the day-to-day kind of improvements or small gains we've made with running a site.
Okay, thanks very much, David. Sash, so David suggests that the pandemic has given the industry the nudge it needed to start reforming itself. Do you agree with that?
Well, first of all, Mark, it's nice to be at an event where you're not going to hear the words "you're on mute," which is a good thing. Though maybe after the panel, I wish you were on mute. Maybe what we might hear. I think, and it's hard to disagree with what Pedro and David have said in many ways. I think from a human impact aspect, this has been very challenging. But we're obviously here in the UAE, the authorities have reacted very well and been incredibly focused. The title of this session is Post-COVID. I think we just got to be slightly careful to remember that, a lot of the world is not in the same position as we are. And, we're only seeing what the construction industry in Australia is currently going through, for example. So where there are elongated supply chains, that some of the issues that we were facing are still there, and I think there's a danger we may see the UAE and the surrounding areas slightly in a bubble, but there are very, very serious issues still perpetuating in other markets where we are connected to. On David's point, I would certainly agree. I mean, coming from the legal industry, as you and I do, talk about sort of nudging our way through technology. I mean, we are the worst, and we have grappled with it. And if we can do it, then anyone can do it, I would suggest. But you're right. I think the bigger point to me on not just the use of technology, but where we go from here, is that there's so many changes that we would anticipate going forward, but the industry itself has to reshape to enable itself to accommodate those changes through, I think, allowing the industry the same level of profitability and margins and all the things that you would need to reinvest into the no doubt massive changes we anticipate in the industry. And that whilst we continue to be part of an industry that operates on wafer-thin margins and sort of high competition, low margin work, I think we are going to find we don't alleviate, many of the pressures and problems that we had pre-COVID. So I think to be post-COVID, to see the fulfillment of some of our desires for change, I think there's still a lot of work to be done.
And do you think that there's been any change in the way people are procuring their projects? For example, in terms of the contractual frameworks, are they looking more carefully at the clauses that deal with delay issues, unexpected events, etc.?
Look, I think there was obviously, as you know, there was an immediate reaction, and people were turning to certain parts of their contract and making sure they understood what the ramifications are. And I think at the time there was quite a considered and collective view that they would see changes. I must confess I haven't seen wholesale changes within procuring entities about the sort of I think so the bigger picture around collaboration, stakeholder involvement, because that I think is the sea change you need. I think anyone can look at their contracts and add an extra clause and just refine a particular sentence here or there, but I'm not sure that will, because that is just sort of kicking the can down the road a little bit. I think what we really need to see is a wholesale, almost reinvestment of relationships within the sort of procuring models. And I don't know, we were talking about this earlier. I'm not convinced we are yet there, or we are. There's a lot of talk, and there's been a lot of talk on Zooms over the last 18 months about it. maybe the timing's a bit premature.
Okay, thanks very much, Sash. And just turning to Jeju, have you seen, Sash mentioned a little bit about some changes in relation to the way people have been collaborating, but I think, taking what Sash just says, he thinks there's still probably some way still to go in relation to that. I don't know, is that something that you'd agree with?
I agree to what Sachin said. Adding to what David mentioned, Mark, you would agree that there is very few industries that would compare to construction in terms of rising up to the challenges and delivering iconic projects. And we, as an industry, have been delivering projects to tight deadlines and budgets. Now, given the last 18 months, considering that there was a cut down on government budgets, the private players were very conscious with their costs. So the project awards obviously had slumped. Now, the cash flow considerations had led to a lot of disputes and delays. Aggravating to the fact was the supply chain disruptions that we had due to the logistic problems and the workers being quarantined. Now, considering all these issues, the way that the construction industry has performed is quite commendable. And what has happened, and what we must realize is COVID was not the reason for all this. Even prior to COVID, or even before we hit that full impact of COVID, the industry was going through a serious cash crunch. So we had seen giants fall, and it's not for the lack of liquidity or capital, it's how they managed cash and their supply chain, obviously, which is part of the question. So what COVID has done is turn a mirror to the face of the industry and said, hey, these are some fundamental flaws, and it has accelerated things like technology. The uptake of technology has gone up from the previous years. So we have industry taking up to BIM, AI, virtual reality, and the key challenge, I still think, is the lack of potential projects. And the contractors are dependent on the government spending. And we are lucky to be living in a region with visionary leaders. So the upcoming Dubai 2020, or the projects, the projects to commemorate the Jubilee of the UAE or the Etihad Rail are all a testament to the fact that the government is keen on reviving the industry as well.
Well, I'd like to come back to some of the things you just mentioned there, and you did mention sort of disputes and other issues relating to cash flow and so forth. Now, maybe ask Dave and Sash a bit about that later. But before we get on to that, I think, Pedro, what I'd be quite interested in looking at from a design and engineering perspective, right, has the approach, do you think, to the design of projects changed? And what I mean by that, we've obviously, this is a relatively novel event for us all here, an in-person discussion. And Sash mentioned that Teams calls, Zoom calls have been dominating our lives, and I suspect most of us here probably believe that that's going to continue, which may mean that some of the sort of traditional business-orientated design, the procuring of large office spaces will change, or will it stay the same? I mean, a lot of employers, a lot of people are grappling with this challenge of people being now very comfortable doing their business from their back bedrooms over Zoom, as opposed to doing it in person. So do you see any changes which are driven by that?
For sure. I mean, I look at it from, again, two perspectives. From design as a designer or as an engineer or people around industry as a professional, we have a mandate to design for people. If the people's behavior changing for any circumstances, we need to design accordingly. So we are the driving force of educating our client stakeholders around the project, that the consequences of what happened in 2020 might happen again, or there might be some other parameter that to take it into consideration when we are designing. But the other part of this is the client. At least since the beginning of this event, or 2020, I personally didn't see any design brief changing. As an example, our client coming back to us and saying that, okay, from now, design a one-bedroom to 100 or 120 square meter versus 70 square meter, because there is a cost, there is issues, there are also selling ticket. And of course, I'm talking about client that we normally work with is our semi-governmental, and of course in Dubai, again, your majority of your designs are for real estate to sell in the market, for investments. So therefore, still the two facts are not reaching each other. We're still in a bit of far apart. We are having challenge at the moment with clients as we are designing headquarters for them. And the dispute is, okay, how do we arrange people? Are we going to have similar issues? People should sit with 2 meters distance and so on and so forth. And of course, the clients are open to that. But when it comes to cost, then there is a setback, because it affects the efficiency, affects the cost of the project, affects the budget of the project. So therefore, I believe from design perspective, we would like to really kind of focus on the quality of space. You might have the 70 square meter one bedroom, but what you can add to that, which brings different experience, which brings different, you might have the same hotel room, but what brings a different layer to that, and that's where we're coming. And again, coming from the, let's say MEP as an example, which always we're suffering from, to bring more or better quality, air quality, sustainability. I think these are the areas that we need to look at and focus. But in terms of the physical increase on a space or having a spacious, I doubt it, at least in the next, again, I'm talking about Dubai, again, I'm talking about the region that we're working, again, I'm talking about the client that we are working with, which is mainly semi-governmental or governmental entity. On the other hand, I believe that the government has to initiate this, which they did, and they started sort of doing that. But of course, it takes time and needs budget, needs a proper platform for all of this to take place, And
I guess, I mean, all of us here, to a greater or lesser extent, are looking at those challenges. On the one hand, space efficiency, cost efficiency is really important. Is it more efficient to have everybody working in the same environment, social distancing measures notwithstanding, or do you try and adapt so that there is an area, an office area where people can come to, but maybe predominantly they're working from their homes? And so what do you think the key drive is? Is it a government thing? Is it private?
No, it's a big challenge. Working from home, it has a certain, I always debate that in our office as well. You're working from home, you have to have a proper space to work, right? As we know in Dubai, many people work in a sharing situation. So literally, or from physical perspective, you don't have a space to work from home. You don't have a proper infrastructure sometimes, because you got to get the good, especially in our business, when of course architecture and you're dealing with beam and all of these, and it's quite heavy models. You need to have a good infrastructure in terms of internet speed. You need to have a proper machine as well, which of course office provides. But then all of this has to be together so the person can work from home efficiently. Again, it's not working from home for the sake of working from home. Many people during this, especially in the past 3-4 months, they were debating this working from home. But I'm saying that what's the point of working from home where you go to I don't know, to grocery, and then you go to mingle with your friends and all of that. But then the only things is very, or creating problem is the office. It doesn't make sense. It has to be a mindset. When we had the lockdown, that was a different case because everybody were home. When you have businesses are back, restaurants are back, cities are open, malls are open, shisha places are open. So how can you say we need to work from home? It doesn't add up to me, at least as a consequences of that. So I think it's about, again, making this transition properly between what happened to us in 2020 and what will be as a sort of a compromise, a balance between what happened and what we are going to sort of face it, in the next future.
Mark, can I just pick up with something?
Go ahead.
Something I'm interested in, Pedro, just what you said. Do you imagine design in the future would have sort of iterative nature to it? So rather like when you construct for the Olympic Games, you will build the Games Village, but that will be turned into a halls of residence or something in the future. And secondly, so there'll be a design with something else in mind thereafter. And secondly, when you walk around places like Mall of the Emirates or wherever, do you see, because I wonder whether, with the growth of e-commerce, etc., will that be a retail experience in 20 years, or will it? I mean, I always look at it and think that'd be a great place to put a multi-campus school in, for example, with has all the attributes for where you could have multi-schooling. Do you see there would be large-scale changes in the way these developments operate and what they're used for?
That's what I was hoping for, because I mean, of course, when it comes to retail and everything, they're working around e-commerce more, and people are more buying online, and malls are getting less footfall. But in contradictory, it's really amazing that we're actually discussing with clients about designing malls again in Dubai. So there is I think, again, that's why I'm saying we are designing for people. We were designing for people that they behave differently in a different circumstances. I think, especially again in Middle East, still that e-commerce is far away. So it's still that buying online everything. I'm talking about clothing and this and that. It's just a little far. Maybe in 20 years or 10 years, maybe, but I don't see it right now that's happening, that because people still want to have that experience. And malls transforming to not only a mall, is more entertainment. And entertainment is something that people crave for it. I mean, we lost the entertainment in the past 18 months. We were locked at home. We couldn't go to cinema. We couldn't. And we are, as a human, we like to be together. We like these events. We like to be out. We like to be with families. And those are our behaviors. Even schools are getting to more education and entertainment. So this transformation, to me, it just kind of happens, and you all of a sudden have a mall, but it's not a mall. It's a day kind of entertainment place, and so on and so forth. So I think that's the reality.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to maybe bring that discussion back into the sort of specifically construction arena. I was going to ask Jeji whether you've had any, have clients been coming to you for the sort of software, digital solutions which reflect some of the issues that we've just been talking about, having the need to have an infrastructure in place to allow people to work, but also to do all the other things that they'd like to do, and how's that impacted on some of the work that you've been doing for your clients?
Mark, we've been servicing a very very small vertical. That's the contractors within the construction domain. Now, the brick and mortar industry, as we know it, is coming onto the digital age. Now, if you look at it, the construction industry has been late bloomers if you compare it to other industries like banking or financial services. Now, the point to be noted here is these highly digitalized services were the ones who had least business interruption when the pandemic hit. Now, for construction, it was they realized it probably post, and what has happened, there is a level of digitalization happening within construction. So you would have your assets on site, your plant equipment, and all that data being tracked, but the data is now sitting in different silos for the management to make some meaningful use of that data. So the key requests that we get from contractors that we're working with is, how can you help us as a solution, as a business, to amalgamate all that data so that we could make some meaningful business decisions out of it? Because we know we're collecting all this data, but we're not able to make any sense out of it. Because it has been captured in disparate systems. There are department silos that the earlier panel touched upon. So having one platform, a collaborative platform within the contracting business is the key.
Interesting, very interesting. Let's just move the discussion on to what we think might be the model for the future. And I'd like to look at that in two ways. One is from the point of view of infrastructure, but secondly, just in the context, and let's deal with this first, in relation to the way in which projects are executed and managed. And I mentioned a little earlier, I think Gigi, you mentioned the scope for disputes and for issues, particularly around cash flow.
Yep.
And we all know that cash is king in the construction sector, always has been, always will be. But that seems to be particularly the case now because of the challenges that the pandemic have brought forward. So maybe, David, just tell us a little bit about some of the particular issues that you've seen and how people have been, how employers, contractors, developers, stakeholders in projects have been looking to resolve the issues around delays, I guess, cash flow issues in projects, and what do you see as the model for the future to minimise the risks and exposures that are likely to eventuate from that?
That's a huge question.
Yes.
But,
edited highlights.
So what is the construction industry doing about, or what are employers doing about cash flow? Very little, as far as I can tell. I don't think, I'm not one that's buying into the fact that COVID has been the root cause of the ills of the construction industry in this part of the world. I think what COVID has done is laid bare what a tough, risky industry this is. I think it was always there. And it might be a bit of an excuse, I think, for people to play the COVID card, but the way contracts are procured are still procured in this part of the world. Cheapest price, maximum risk on contractor, regardless of whether they're in the best position to manage that risk, and then beating the contractor up with bond pools and non-payments throughout. It's part and parcel, and Kes Taylor there, who spoke earlier, heads up ALEC, one of the more progressive and established and collaborative contractors in the region. Sorry, Kes, but Kes knows only too well that you're at the mercy of the cash flow here, and I haven't seen any change. Pre-COVID, it was everything about the procurement and cash flow was poor, and it's poor now. COVID has made it a bit worse, but I think, as I said, that's an excuse. The industry still needs to have a good hard look at itself as to the way the whole life cycle of it. And okay, that's a bigger subject than perhaps we're talking about on this stage, but cash is king, and I see lots of contractors struggling at the moment. I see lots of employers struggling, and I'm sure COVID has had an impact on employers' cash flow. Particularly hospitality industries have been hugely impacted, so there's not the money swishing around at source level, but the problems were there before as well.
No, I think that's a fair comment. I'll get Sash's take on that as well. But obviously, very interested for the audience. If you want to ask any questions on this or any other topic, please do use Slido. But I think there's been quite an interesting, for me anyway, having worked in the UAE and in the Middle East generally over the last 10, 20 years. We still see the same issues arising, the same contract forms are used. But I think that there has been a recognition that the way in which contracts are procured is too imbalanced, and we go back to Kes's comments a little earlier in the last session about how the desire to get the cheapest always seems to prevail in terms of letting contracts, and that hopefully that's moving away. But one of the things that I've noticed is the cost of doing business. You know, putting to one side the cash flow issues and payment and budgets and so forth. But when you procure a project in the Middle East generally, but certainly here in the UAE, there's lots of costs which you don't see in other parts of the world, particularly, for example, financing costs. We've seen you know, a lot of issues around performance guarantees, on-demand bonds, etc. Sash, do you see that as a continuing issue? And to what extent do you think that the pressures that the pandemic has put on the supply chain and some of the big contracting players within the market, and obviously Arabtech's a good example, do you think that that might be a sort of a dynamism for change? Do you think in relation to the way in which projects are financed, what is expected of contractors in terms of its cash flow, its challenges in relation to bonding, etc.?
Well, I suspect, unfortunately, it's a bit chicken and egg until the industry gives the bankers and others the confidence that it may see in other industries, then the outlay of capital will always be more expensive. I might just throw something out there which may be a bit hit and miss in terms of the change that you were talking about. You know, what we are seeing in corporations, and this is driven by themselves or by regulatory change, is impetus for more diversity and more less groupthink and the building of a better board level composition. And I wonder whether, and this is a bit of an aside, I grant you, but whether the industry now has to grapple with certain other changes which it has been far behind other sectors. So, for example, will we see the investors are looking more and more at corporations' ESG metrics, and that type of thing may force change as corporations are looking at their own investors or acquisitions and the like. They're going to have to look internally about how they are shaping themselves, and that goes right the way through their own business, the supply chain, and all the other things, and how they may, if you like, treat and accommodate a whole series of issues. So that sort of very adversarial, almost Boolean approach may not fall into the sweet spot of a sustained ESG metric pattern. And also I suspect that if construction companies have a more diverse management, maybe you'll start to see people look at things differently. And I'm sure the demographic and skill sets required to take construction companies to post-2022 are going to be very, very different. I mean, if you think about everything that boards have had to cope with today, I mean, there's going to be a whole series of issues, from crypto risk to cyber risk to health risks and all of this sort of stuff. And maybe we might just see a change in the way construction companies just are set up, and therefore sort of work with procuring authorities. Maybe there's just going to be a wholesale rediscovery of, or discovery of, alternative views and methods through that sort of change. I'm taking a bit of a punt with that one, but I wonder whether, I mean, there has to be a change. We can't carry on because otherwise we'll be listening to Kes messages next year and the year after, and there won't be, we won't see any change.
Pedro, I can see you smiling there, so I'll let you
because, of course, we're dealing with lawyers, and they always look at a lot of things differently than when we do. I like to simplify, though, the events that, again, happen. As you said correctly, our industry was in a very bad shape back in 2018 and 19, and when 2020 happened, it was basically at the end. But I think it was eye-opener for, especially for our client, especially for developers, that at the end of the day, if I'm the consultant and the contractors or other stakeholders or sub-consultant, if we run out of business, so what's the point? I mean, we took a very simple, basic approach. We went during the pandemic, we had a lot of delay on payments, as of, I'm sure everybody experienced that. And we went to client and we knocked the doors and said, guys, what do you want to do? We have that 3, 4, 6 months of delays. Either you pay us or we run out of business. So what is the benefit out of that? I can go to a lawyer and start doing a dispute and so on, but what is the end of this story? So I think I don't say all, but at least with the type of client that we work is again semi-governmental, like Imar and North 25 and Miras and all of these guys. So we come to a conclusion. We come to a very open, as we all said, collaborative approach. We sit down and say, what is the benefit of the whole process? If I let people go, what happens to UAE, to Dubai? They go back home, and we lose basically the trained people, skill set people. I'm sure that contractors feel even more than us, because when you lose those people, when you lose those resources, you again have to start again with the mindset that, again, Kez mentioned and everybody mentioned. We're working in an environment, we have multicultural people, people coming from different background, different culture, different universities, different education. They're all architects, they're all engineers, but different school paths, you know. So having that open discussion with our stakeholder and especially client, it resolves a lot of things. I think we're missing fundamental issues here. Is it trust? Is it dialogue? Is it talks? Is it simple words? It's not about, if you don't pay me, I take you to court. You know, it's not the end. You know, we're trying to really do some other measurement, which has maybe it works in some events and didn't work in some, but at least it was a certain measurement for all our stakeholder clients that, you know, what are we doing? Why we're letting consultant contractors to go out of business? What is the point? So, you know, so that was the major, I think, to me at least.
That's really interesting, and you know, and I think the message I'm getting from what you've just said is that the environment encouraged more transparency.
Absolutely.
And more collaboration. I guess that might be certainly in relation to those projects where everybody had a real interest in getting it over the line, but where economically distressed projects, maybe there'll be more scope for antagonism.
Of course.
That's quite an. I'm going to come on to the questions. I can see we're running out of time, but do the rest of the panel think that there has been a tendency or move towards greater transparency? Dare I say it? More honesty about what the implications might be in relation to not being paid or the effects of some of those issues. David?
I kind of think we're at the very start of this debate about what this pandemic is going to mean for our lives going forward and how things do change, whether it's going to inform how engineers and architects design in the future, how it informs the debate on diversity, on green credentials, sustainability. We're at the very start of, in my view, the very start of that debate. We don't quite know how people's behaviour, and I think we should be clear here that this is people's behaviour that is going to drive the agenda here. And how people want to live going forward will inform engineering and architectural issues and diversity issues. People want to be more green, they want to be more sustainable. That's all these are kind of really hot topics, and as I said, we're far from being at the conclusion of those discussions. But they're all good discussions to have for sure, and it's about time we did start having more discussions about diversity and things. So,
Okay, as conscious that time's marching on, let's go to the questions. And I think the first one's for you, I suspect for you, Pedram. How should social distancing be factored into design and architecture for developments that fall into post-COVID environment, and how does the mandate change?
As I said before, I think this whole social distancing, first of all, we don't know how long will it stay with us. and considering that we're all vaccinated, we're all trying to really kind of come over that situation. But I think, as I said, instead of having those social distancing particularly impacting our design, or we consider that, I believe the quality of design should be improved. The quality of the space should be improved. The quality of the whatever basically the building is it a pavilion, or is that a hotel, or is that a mall, or residential, has to be improved. And of course, we can look at it from different perspective, as I said, from the sustainability perspective, materials, using proper and attention to a lot of detail, and that to me is more important considering the social distancing. You know?
Okay. This is, I think, a linked question, but I think I can put it out to the others as well. What are the glaring errors contractors must be conscious or mindful of while constructing for a post-COVID world in this region? So what real lessons should contractors have in mind when they're looking at designing for a post-COVID future?
You should ask Kez, I don't know, contractors. But
is it making sure that the budget is right, for example? Budget should always be right anyway, but sometimes people want the work more than they may financially good for them.
It's probably a disappointing answer, but I don't think the agenda for contractors changes that much. The challenges they had pre-COVID are the same challenges post-COVID, and in this part of the world. So, as I said earlier, that you're dealing with engineers and project managers, architects who tend to be the most resourceful of individuals. They're problem solvers. They're solving problems every day in, day out. So I don't think that there's anything you can say to them that kind of like is a light bulb moment. Okay, we must do it that way. Construction projects, on the whole, continued throughout this whole pandemic. Of course, there were delays and interruptions, supply chains, labour, but adapt and, cracking on with it. And that's exactly what they did. And there will be lessons learned, no doubt, that things could have been done better. I'm sure a company like Alec has done a lessons learned approach. But I don't think that, in my view, there's a light bulb moment. Someone else will have a different view that crikey, we must do that. I think everyone will read a force majeure clause a little bit closer now than perhaps a force majeure clause was always something in a contract that you didn't have to worry about normally, and now it's, what does it cover? So,
okay. Thanks very much, David. Sorry, chaps, I can see that the countdown clock is now on 0. So I'm just going to ask you for your final thoughts, and then we can conclude. So if we were sitting all here together in 5 years' time, what would be the one thing that you would all think you would be saying is the one thing that did change because of the pandemic in the construction sector? And it would be recognised as having changed and permanently changed if we were having this conversation in 5 years' time?
I think definitely would be collaboration, respect to each other, respect to people, because that's the key element which sometimes, unfortunately, I feel that we're losing it here. We're designing, but we don't know who we're designing for, So again, going back to respect and the trust, that is a fundamental, to me, matters in UAE, in Dubai, particularly we're working. So the more attachment to the design, people respect, and we respect, and the client will respect. So everybody, we don't need any sort of a tie-in clause, but we need a mutual understanding. And that comes through education. That comes through the industry education. We need to educate our people, our clients, our industry to be more, sort of viable and feasible in our work.
Thank you very much. Jiju.
I would say It would be digitalization. It's people, processes, and data. It's not implementing a software or technology for the sake of implementing technology. People are the key to it. So looking at the current workflows and business processes, and then trying to draw out synergies and how can we do it better. The other thing that would I'm sure would come up as quite majorly is the off-site construction. Prefabricated, pre-engineered buildings because of the restrictions of delivering projects on site. So there would be a lot of off-site. I would like to live with that thought, because I wanted to bring up in one of the discussions is, having worked with contractors, I feel that contractors in the region are always thrown at the deep end. There has been a price increase of 20% in material prices alone from last year to this year. And in a lump sum contract, who's going to absorb that cost? Plus the wastages that Kes mentioned about. Somebody is paying for it, and most of the time it's the contractor, because the client is protected. So there should be regulation in place that the contractor should be protected, or we are looking at a contractor's graveyard, unfortunately so.
Thanks very much. Sash, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'm going to go in the sky on this. I think, and if we're sitting here in 5 years' time, and we are in an industry that's technologically aware and driven and focused, and one that I think the great success is if engineering schools are having their doors broken down by people wanting to get into the industry because it is so dynamic, and that I think would be a success factor or a success metric. I think the industry really has this opportunity, and where we see some of our young, diverse graduates of any demographic wanting to get into the industry, then the industry has, I think, succeeded. That's high level, I know, but it's...
Okay. David?
No, I'm going to agree with...
you never do normally.
That's true. But embracing, as I said, this nudge that we've had into embracing technology more than we have, and right from, robotics for prefabrication, digitization, the whole process is, if we can start to embrace that, we'll be in a much better position in a few years' time. Because we've got some catching up to do. Manufacturing is light years ahead of the construction industry in terms of embracing that. So, but there's a lot of gains, and attracting the good people into, the brightest people into the industry. Yeah, so.
Thanks very much. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we've run out of time. It was a really fascinating discussion. So I'd like, if you would all put your hands together and thank our very eminent panel for the benefit of their words. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Mark, for that fascinating panel discussion, and thank you to all our panelists for joining us today. I'm sure the panel discussion has started a conversation within your minds about strategizing to target a better tomorrow with a better construction plan for a post-COVID world. Now, as we enter the last leg of our event this afternoon, I would like to invite on stage Lindsay Malcolm, Associate Sustainability Director at AESG, to moderate our next panel discussion, which will focus on how the construction sector is responding to sustainability and net zero carbon emissions. But before I give you a quick introduction about Lindsay, I would like to look at the polls that we had conducted for this panel discussion. And the question that we'd asked was, how should new buildings aim to achieve net zero targets in line with the UAE's Clean Energy Strategy 2050? And the options were, formulate a decarbonization plan, transform buildings to be more energy efficient, giving priority to conservation surrounding sustainability. And as I can see, a majority have chosen formulating a decarbonization plan. Now, moving on to the panel discussion, Lindsay, if you could please make onto the stage. To give you a quick idea of what Lindsay's background looks like, Lindsay has over a decade of experience working in the built environment across the UK, Europe, Middle East, and Asia Pacific. developing and delivering low-energy, sustainable design solutions for numerous residential, commercial, cultural projects, and several high-profile master plan developments. Lindsay, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Ranju. Thank you, Construction Week, for inviting me and the rest of the panel to be here today. It's been a fascinating morning of discussion so far. I think we've got a hard act to follow, given the interesting topics that have been talked about, and the context for our discussion around the next steps for the UAE in terms of responding to sustainability and net zero carbon emissions. To help me with that discussion today, I've got three fantastic panelists. First up, I'd like to introduce Anita Nouri, who is CEO, Business Development Director of Green Energy Solutions and Sustainability. With a vision to bring sustainable solutions to the UAE, Anita moved to Dubai in 2008 and developed the first landfill gas to energy project in the region. Anita's firm has signed an emissions reduction agreement with the Norwegian government to monetize carbon credits as well. So please put your hands together for Anita. Up next is Karish Saleh, Design Director at LKW & Partners. Karish is an architect, urbanist, and educator with over 30 years international experience in the UK, Asia, and the Middle East. He's led the design process for a number of urban skylines in cities like London, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Dubai, and Doha. Please give a big round of applause to Karish. And finally, we have Jonathan Lucker, Advisory Sector Leader for the Middle East at Mott MacDonald. Jonathan is responsible for driving the sustainable sector growth across the Middle East for Mott MacDonald's consulting services, including their sustainability and climate change services. Jonathan is an environmental management consultant and procurement specialist with 18 years professional experience in the UK, Europe, North America, and the Middle East. Thank you all for agreeing to be part of the panel today. We just had some interesting discussions outside talking about the challenges we're facing, the fact that a lot of the potential topics for discussion have kind of been covered already. So we might get slightly off-piste, potentially into a bit of controversial areas, but let's see how it goes. To open the questioning and the discussion, we find ourselves in a very interesting position in a post-COVID context. With increasing trends towards urbanization, increasing populations in cities, which has brought to the fore the challenges placed upon sustainability. With this in mind, how do you all think the road to sustainability has been for the UAE's construction sector over the last couple of years since the advent of the pandemic? And where do you think we're going with the challenges?
Who's going first?
Anita, would you like to?
Okay. Being the only woman on the panel, and women tend to talk more, so I'll start off the conversation. I think that the pandemic and COVID has had a strong impact on the construction industry, and it's taught us many, many lessons. One of them is how to make construction more sustainable, which is difficult in itself. Working at the Al Qusais landfill, I see how much waste is coming. Even though we don't get construction and demolition waste at our site, we do get a lot of the disposable PPP equipment and the protection things, masks and gloves. And this increase of this type of plastic has just, I don't even know what number to put to it, but it's an amount that is huge, and it's not really recyclable. We need to rethink how we're dealing with this, and we need to rethink how we're living in the world and how to make sustainability a little simpler. It's not a matter of a mass panic where we have to have everything covered in plastic. We have to be we have to be more mindful. We have to think about it. We have to keep ourselves safe, and in turn, keeping ourselves safe keeps the people around us safe. And we have to put these practices to work in every aspect of our life, in construction, in hotel restaurant management, in travel industry, everywhere. Everyone has been affected by COVID. We just happen to be in the construction sector. and me in the waste management sector. But without us all thinking and working together, like one of the other panelists was mentioning, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like the waste generation side of things from a sustainability perspective has really taken a step back during the pandemic. And that comes partly from a place of need, as you say, because we need to protect ourselves and protect others. But it also does open up some questions about how we might respond to these kind of situations in the future in a more sustainable fashion. Kurush, is there anything you'd like to add on that kind of context around where we are in the industry here?
Where we are in the industry in respect of sustainability. Shall I start by going off-piste?
Please do.
Thing is, I don't know how many of you have been in, and I know there's been a lull in the conference season, but this is a conference season. But this is my third one, and the last one I couldn't go because I was called on an impromptu meeting. So there are 4 conferences of various different sort of organizations. And for one reason or other, sustainability keeps coming up as a main topic of discussion. Obviously, it is an enormously important subject. There's no denying that. We've got global warming, we have forest fires, shortage of water causes wars. Again, by one analyst, and I've said this in another panel, that the Syrian war, whilst there are a myriad of other social and political issues, it was also assessed that one of the reasons for the dissatisfaction and uprising was in fact shortage of water. So sustainability, it's become almost a generic term, and it's used so often that unfortunately many people switch off. But it is ingrained with what we do, our lifestyles, and how it affects the very core of our existence. So it is an extremely important topic and not to be taken lightly. Nevertheless, it does get branded around, and it almost gets used to sort of almost define and justify parameters. Sometimes it could, and often it's the bottom line. So how's sustainability? I think, again, Anita, you asked the question outside, what do we even mean by sustainability? Sustainability is, in fact, common sense. Sustainability is about respect for each other, respect for resources, respect for human endeavors, not being flippant with our consumption, not being so brutish about overuse of unsuitable materials, etc., etc. With respect to the industry here in the region, I think when I first came here, which was about 10 years ago, I was delighted. I was in Abu Dhabi. I was delighted that by legislation, sort of we had to comply pretty much where I was practicing back in the UK, where we needed to comply. So it was quantifiable, and your actions were being monitored very closely. I think some of that across the region isn't as strong as it ought to be, so we still have a long way to go. Again, as an architect, I think I might be, Anita, you're an architect, sorry, I know you're a CEO of sustainability, but as an anyway, as an architect, I just drove past a very tall tower that's coming up. I won't name the developer or the building, but it's 70 or 80 stories of glass. And I said this in a few months ago in a facade conference, that really need to think long and hard about using materials which are so generic, so not suitable for these types of environments. I think there are fundamental questions to be asked of developers, but also of governmental and legislative authorities, that at one level we talk about sustainability and how it's important and how we will keep our sort of cities function. On the other hand, we sort of permitting this level of sort of flippant approach to use of materials that we know, then forever you're going to have to pump sort of energy, try to cool them down. So there are positive approaches, there are positive steps. We've got a long way to go. And those of us who have the privilege of being on public platforms, I think it's absolutely important that we highlight those and we challenge the very fundamentals of perception, and we don't allow ourselves to become sort of complacent and allow our senses to be numbed by the cliches, by the standards which are somewhat are so pedestrian that you almost switch off because they do not generate emotions, they do not generate the reality that we deal with as stakeholders.
Yeah, I think so. Jonathan, you look like you wanted to add to something on that.
Well, I think since the pandemic and since we all got shoved into our own homes with our families and immediate families, but separated from our wider families, there's been a real shift in people's mindsets, in my view. The conversations that I now have with clients are looking at sustainability, net zero, climate change with a whole new purpose. For years, sustainability as a word annoyed me because it didn't mean anything, and people paid lip service to it, and it was just a tick in the box that people had to say that they were doing, and it was on everyone's corporate agenda. But I actually do feel that the conversations we now have with clients, that the pandemic brought home the realities of what climate change will actually mean for you in your local context. You see Australia burning and you kind of go, God, that's horrendous, but it's not here. You see ice caps melting, but it's not here. Well, the pandemic changed that mentality to actually say, what does happen somewhere else, well, that could impact me locally and impact me quite fiercely and severely. So the conversations we now have are around resilience and adaptation. There's now investment, which is key. So the pandemic has certainly, and I'd say for us, a handful of clients, not all, has definitely changed the conversation. And the advent or the recognition of ESG and how it can impact on my financing for my projects or financing in general, how actually taking cognizance of the materials that you choose for your building, and not only what does it do for my initial capex cost, but what does it actually do for my whole life cost. All of those conversations are now, in the last 18 months, for me, have really escalated. And that's a great thing. So that's a great outcome. The question I often ask is that if there is such a thing as a post-COVID world, will the conversation stop? Or will the conversations turn into action, which is what's really key? There was one of the questions that was put on the poll around, let's have more conversations. Well, we've had conversations for a decade, right? I wrote a master's paper 18 years ago or something around sustainable development, and nothing's really changed that fundamentally. So stop the conversation, start the action. And I look at the likes of Majid Al Futtaim here in Dubai, Aldar in Abu Dhabi, and you see the momentous shift that they're taking, particularly if you look at currently some of the Aldar media that's put out there with respect to their drive for ESG and what it means to them. That's only a good thing, right? And that's a real positive step forward. We've now got to see that translate into better collaboration, better contracting, better outcomes for the asset. But the pandemic, for all of its horrendous impact on us all, hopefully, right, will now actually push the conversation into action. Yeah,
I think we're certainly seeing a change in the way buildings are being procured the approach that people are taking because they have that greater detail of understanding. They've had the time and space to think about their impact, about what they're doing, using that to change the demands they place on design teams, the expectations around materiality, around waste, around life cycle of buildings. I guess sort of building on that point, and maybe Anita, a question for you is, if we are needing to shift away from conversations and more into action, what do you think are some of the big action areas for the industry here in the UAE?
I think the biggest action that has to happen, and what we should all learn from this, is that we need to take action. We need to actually do what we preach. We're sitting in a room here, and everybody has heard net zero, sustainability. Everyone is in this industry, we're talking about it, but that's all we're doing. On every table, I see water bottles, plastic water bottles. Why are they not in glass that can be recycled thousands of times? All these plastic water bottles hopefully will get recycled, they'll get put in a bin, but if they get mixed, they end up on my landfill. And when they're at the landfill, they will live there for over 500 years. Our great-great-grandchildren will be gone, and those bottles will still be there. That's a shame, and it's a disaster. We're preaching to the converted. We're all sitting here and we're talking to each other. We already know the answers. We need to put this in a public forum where we're outside. We were jokingly saying, when they asked us to come in and wait to get up on the panel, we said, oh, maybe we'll just continue our conversation and let everybody come out there and talk. But that is actually a funny thing, because we should be in the middle of Dubai Mall talking to everybody. Or we should have a panel like this at the Expo 2020 where we talk about sustainability, and we have an open panel where people, general people that are living in our world, can ask the questions. I had one young woman ask me one day, well, what if I don't use a straw? What happens if, I won't use it? It's not really strong enough impact. I don't feel like I'm making a difference. But I told her, you absolutely are making a difference, because by saying it and doing it, you'll tell your friends who will tell people, and it's a ripple effect. It will affect everybody. And then hopefully one day we'll be able to never have a straw there again. Or those silly ones that say, I'm not really plastic. What does that mean? We don't really know what sustainability means. I've lived in Dubai now 14 years. We came here with our whole family. And 14 years ago, when I talked about sustainability in waste management, it was a foreign language. Now it's become upfront, it's out there, it's in front of everybody, but do we really know how to do it? And we need to make it simple, because only with simple choices can that happen. We fortunately live in a country that celebrates innovation, it celebrates action, and if we can get the ear of the decision makers, who are all young, and a lot of women, and young men who want to see a change and want their country to be a leader, like we said, it's simple. Tell Enoch, don't put any more plastic bags at your gas stations. Get rid of them completely. Well, can it be done? Here it can, overnight.
Yeah.
It can happen. But we need to be bold. We need to say it. And we need to say, it's okay, I'm happy with that decision. I don't need a plastic bag to buy my chocolate bar that I shouldn't be buying anyways, but that's besides the point. Sustainability has to become easier. I don't know what more to say.
You need leadership, and the one thing that the UAE has is very strong leadership, right? It's one of the things. It's remarkable to me that we still have to talk about plastic bags in a conversation, right? It's just ridiculous. But we have the ability in the UAE to take massive steps forward really quickly, as you say, overnight, but for whatever reason, we're not. And that's where you then got to look at it almost as it's a system. We live in a system. There's a system of systems, and somewhere in that system, someone doesn't want that to happen, right? And therefore it doesn't. So how do we break down that system into a piece where we can actually find the sticking point and make change that actually then has an impact? To me, that's what we should all be searching for, but it's challenging.
I mean, it is a little bit of a crutch. I was at a very friendly conference at the Capital Club, and there was a really nice gentleman from the Ministry of Climate Change there. And I said to him this exact thing about the Enoch gas stations or ADNOC or all of them. And I said, let's start there. Let's tell them no more plastic bags. And he said, I 100% agree with you, and we tried to do this. I said, oh, that's good. He said, but it was rejected immediately. Why? Why was it rejected? So to me, that means someone's making money somewhere because it always comes down to economics. Why do I have to pay for the cloth bag at Spinney's, but I get to use the plastic bag for free? I mean, it's opposite. We're the opposite. So we're saying something, but we're doing something else. We need to actually say something and do what we say. Yeah. We need to be accountable, all of us.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point around the economic side of things, because it's one of the three key pillars of sustainability. You have the economic, the social, and the environmental, and we focus a lot as an industry and a society on the environmental side because it's very in our face. But there is more that could be done, I think, to try and bring those three strands together. Maybe, Kurush, a question for you. Thinking about the kind of the industry context about the push towards net zero and about the need to think more about the economic side of things, what do you think we as an industry should be doing more of? How can we kind of bring the economics into the discussion more to sort of drive the action and change that we need to see?
We, as urbanists, we actually we've tried to do that. We elevate. I mean, interesting that you said sustainability is not just about the environmental, although it's an incredibly important one. But in terms of understanding and having that paradigm sort of shift towards what it actually means, the social and economical aspects of it are fundamental. So for that reason alone, as urbanists, for instance, we encourage, and there's a lot of debate that we currently have, because, for instance, that you hear that urbanists sort of say that densification of cities is good. That means efficient. That means you'll have sort of facilities that you don't need to duplicate, and you could sort of take your kids to school, and then you have one cinema, and many communities get to use it, and the mall, etc., and all sort of reasons why dense cities can function more efficiently, and carbon emission is reduced, etc. Again, you recall, or not that any of us are that old, but 1950s US, out of town, post-war, with the advent of sort of cars sort of being affordable, people started building outside towns. There's settlements, sort of these villa developments, some of them 2-3 hours away from any city, and they were just villas. To get a loaf of bread, you had to drive. And believe it or not, and again, some of you might still know, there's still parts of US that you actually do that they're, to get to your kid to school, you got to drive 2 hours or longer, etc. So there wasn't that mix of use, there wasn't that sustainable community that looked at the holistic development of sort of at least trying to retain some of the social activities that a family or a community that needs to go through within a buildable or walkable environment. Now, this, as a debate's been going on, and people sort of talked about sort of denser, more sustainable communities, etc. Now, to just go back to the previous question, what COVID also turned this on its head is that they said all of a sudden densification was unhealthy, so we had to be apart. And people sort of began to sort of appreciate the open space more. And with the quick change in technology, again, it was an acceptance of the technology was there. We learned to accept that a Zoom call or a Microsoft Teams call is as valid, as efficient, almost in most industries, not all, as being physically present. So with that mindset shift, then people all of a sudden start thinking, okay, I can actually be away from my office, which is a 2 hours drive. And this is no exaggeration. I mean, I know people within sort of the city I grew up with that would commute 4 hours a day, 2 hours each way, and that's 5 days a week to get to work. All of a sudden, and then that's why people sort of wanted to be in the center of cities, because the commuting was difficult, expensive, etc. Now people can live outside the city, have that much more space, more time, etc., and still have some connection with work and so on. So that shift, quite literally, I mean, for instance, London house prices, one of the reasons the property prices in London have actually dropped in the last 6 months. One of the reasons is that a lot of people are actually thinking, well, why should I pay this sort of vast sums of money to be in a tiny little apartment? Well, for the equivalent, I could be sort of within an hour, 2 hours drive, etc. So I think that the question around, what is sustainable, what is responsive, what is sort of working with the challenges that are thrown at us. I think that creative thinking, forever being sort of questioning, and like I said, not being numbed by the standard definitions of, as long as I reuse my plastic, although it's absolutely amazing. Although in my household, I'm not even allowed to use any plastic. My kids will murder me. But as long as I could do a little bit, then I'm okay. But I think that the complexity of debate, especially in a learned forum within the industry, needs to go on. And we need to empower people so that they don't have to sort of get in a car and drive for a long way, because you've provided the bakery, you've provided the creche on their doorstep, etc. So you've provided the safe cycle route. I'm glad to say, by the way, Dubai is making huge sort of efforts trying to make the city more walkable, and we can cycle, and also public transport. Yeah. But these are sort of the challenges that we as a society need to demand, and I really, really feel as if we should. Again, I can go on, sorry I've spoken too much, but I remember in the debate in China just before Beijing Olympics when I was working there. Believe it or not, the Chinese students and intellectuals, then the problem was deforestation, and somebody calculated that the throwaway chopsticks, the wooden chopsticks, were contributing to deforestation, and they actually forced the debate across China so that restaurants began to use reusable plastic or alternative material chopsticks, and that actually had an impact. I think we can have a voice, we should, and I think with correct legislation, the debate could be widened. Sorry, I said that.
There's some interesting points. I think building on what you were saying around the idea of sort of community, about decentralization, there's been a few studies that came out during the last couple of years that really showed the resilience that can come from a robust community infrastructure, about the differences in work-life balance and things like that. And I think for us as an industry, when we look to the challenges around sustainability, around net zero, around future cities, there's maybe something we need to do thinking about sort of the cycle of life as well as the life cycle, and actually what can we provide beyond our developments in terms of amenities and community and sort of creating spaces and areas for people to live in. I guess maybe sort of building on that, Jonathan, do you want to sort of share thoughts you might have on what we could do here in Dubai in particular to sort of create that sense of community, to do something more beyond just building new buildings with a focus on the building itself and more about the area around them?
There's a lot of talk this morning about collaboration, right? So at a level of Dubai Expo, it was about, how do we collaborate within a contract? How do we collaborate within a city's context to actually create more than just my building or more than my plot of land that I've been given? How do I actually create that community? And you can only do that through collaboration. Now, you look at what Abu Dhabi does with its planning regulations and its stipulations it's got there, they're great. You look at the Dubai 2040 plan, that's about creating a livable city. And actually, the pandemic, again, took people back into focusing on more than just the built asset itself. It's actually looking at the community. But we can only do that if you have that strong leadership at the front that's actually driving that agenda. So if the 2040 plan gets really strong leadership to deliver on its community aspirations, the rest of the groups and the stakeholders will have to follow. Right? We saw that in the conversation that Kez was talking about earlier, that if you've got that leadership, then the 192 countries and the God knows how many contracts, they all actually ended up coming together for a single common purpose. And the 2040 plan and its success, I hope, will be actually around that common purpose and building out and working together. It's a real challenge, and it's you then take a step back and say, do we actually have a working community that actually will deliver on that aspiration? I'd like to think we do, but it's going to take some leadership and some action in order to get it to work. You talk about recycling as an example. Yeah. My plastic gets collected, but it goes nowhere because there's nowhere to actually recycle it. We don't actually have the infrastructure. So we've got to start building out, thinking of a community and thinking of our city as to how do we tackle all these problems. So we look at net zero and we look at how do we drop our emissions and how do we calculate our carbon and how do we take a longer life cycle view of infrastructure in the city and the communities. We're doing work with ADSSC, for example, where they look at construction, but then operational carbon, embodied carbon. You look at the life cycle of it, and you make choices at the outset of a project which are going to impact 15 years later. When it comes to refurbishment or when it comes to disposal, you've actually taken cognizance of that fact up front. The problem is it's such a big topic, right? And we all have our own different opinions here, and you've all got all your own opinions. We all take our own little actions differently. We all have our own things that we're really passionate about. How do we bring all of that passion together to make a difference? I don't know. Yeah. Maybe I'm being all.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Anita, do you want to?
I want to add something to what you're saying. Like, you're from Mott MacDonald.
Correct.
Mott MacDonald did a waste strategy for Dubai Municipality in 2016.
Yeah.
How much of that is actually being put into place? So a lot of money gets paid to consultants that take a lot of time, a lot of thought, and put together a lot of ideas. And not all of them can be implemented, but they should be supported and start to be like one by one implemented. Like a lot of things, as a consultant, especially in sustainability, you will see all these things. And you brought up a major problem, a major hurdle or issue. I live in a building, it's a nice building, and it has a bin on each floor that says plastic, glass, other, and then it has the dumping bin. But the little spaces for plastic, they're so small, nobody actually uses it. If you look inside them in the building or in the malls, everything is mixed. When the truck comes to take the waste, it's all mixed. So as a leader in sustainability, I'll call myself, I wish and I hope that I am. It's really difficult for me to be sustainable in my own waste management. Unless I fill the garbage bags in my truck and my husband takes it to the landfill himself and actually gives some to the recycler and some to this, but that doesn't happen here.
But the infrastructure,
it's so difficult.
But
the infrastructure is not in place.
No.
And even though the strategy has been given and it's been talked about and it's been discussed and then it's been given to other consultants and others and everyone says the same thing, like I said, we're preaching to the converted. We need to let the people know how they can do it. And when these big households have maids, and the maid's job is to keep the madam of the house happy, she's not going to start building up piles of garbage in different separated areas. She's going to just do her best to keep the house happy, and it's just not going to happen unless we make it easier. So until there is proper recycling, like smaller bins that are given to each household, and each apartment has to have their own bin, and then you either get penalized or incentivized, it's going to be difficult to make any of these changes. Talking about it is a good thing, but now it comes the time for action.
Yeah, and just on the waste management strategy, there's no one from Dubai Municipality in the room, but I hope the strategy is there, and the infrastructure that's required to make a change has been thought through, and where it could be, the locations of it, all of the pieces that need to be put in place. You then get into implementation mode, and at every single step there's a new problem that comes across, right? And then fundamentally it all boils down to money and cost.
Yeah.
So is there a value in waste? Well, right now not enough, right? Because you cannot, the gate fees as they sit, and and the economics around waste, you need to make a change in that economics to now make it viable to recycle, right? There are projects that we're involved with, energy for waste, there's construction demolition waste projects, there's recycling projects, there's people like Veolia doing their recap scheme for collection of recycled material for a future plant, so they're trying to get feedstock created. All of that's in place, but what breaks down is economics, right? And until a policy change comes in to fix the economic argument, it's all just words on a page and planning and thinking, which all may be 100% correct, and I think it is, but you can't implement it without the economic side of it, and that's the triumvirate of sustainability, right? So it'll have a social benefit, it'll have an environmental benefit, but it falls down because the economics doesn't work. And it's the same whether you look at net zero or looking at issues around resilience or adaptation. You know, we've been very fortunate to work with a very forward-thinking organization that actually has embraced net zero and looking at how it produces its product for two reasons. Primarily, the first reason was because the industry demanded it. They're a global marketplace, and the global market says you must be more sustainable, you must account for your emissions, and you must account for carbon within what you do in your production line. Great, big tick. Then, locally, there's leadership within that organization to say we must take action. And in doing so, there's then going to be decarbonization strategies, which I think was the top one on the poll, and the implementation of that, the return on investment, once they've actually looked in detail at what the investment's needed and the return, it's years, it's no more than years, and the benefit is generational. So they will roll out this decarbonisation strategy, which will revolutionise their business, but also hopefully take a leadership position within our community here for others in industry to turn around and say, well, hold on, why have they done it? Oh, it's because it makes economic sense. Okay, great, so hold on, let's now look at our process, look at our supply chain, look at the full system that we live within and try and find the solutions within that. And you know.
And all these things can only happen if we feel like this is our home. I was asked, I think it was maybe 7 or 8 years ago, there was a government forum. It was small, and it was governments and investors. and they said to me, how much money would you invest in Dubai? And I said, if I feel like it's my home and I live here, I will invest everything that I can to make my home better. But if I'm here only temporary, at the risk of sounding controversial, at the risk of someone saying, okay, now your job is done, go home, and it's not my home, then why would I risk putting everything that I have here?
Yeah.
So unless we need to take care of our home. So this is our home. Thankfully, they've embraced that, and now there are golden visas, and there are longer-term visas, and there's more stability in living and growing and expanding in this region. So it's supporting that, but it will come. I'm always hopeful, and I always feel that there has to be solutions. But we just need to, as citizens of this country and where we live, we need to voice our opinions and not be scared, and help them and support policy and support legislation, support the lawyers that are writing this and get it done. Like, just be bold, be out there, make a voice.
Yeah, I think that's a really good note to end on. Thanks, Anita. That's a very strong message. I appreciate we're running a little bit against the clock, unfortunately, with the timing. Very, very quickly, just to close out, guys, I picked one of the questions just to get a very fast response from you. There's a comment here, and I think we sort of just talked about this a little bit, around how current costs rather than life cycle always seem to be the critical factor in decision-making around sustainability. What do you think, just briefly, is the biggest thing that we could do to try and drive a change in that? Who'd like to go first?
Sorry, I didn't get the...
Just saying how current costs are always the biggest factor driving decision-making in sustainability rather than life cycle. So what do you think is the big thing that we could do to try and change that?
Change the question, because the biggest thing around sustainability is the life cycle, not the current cost. The problem we have is that our clients, customers, however we define them, they are, the thing that stares you in the face most of all is my capex up front, right? That's the thing that, oh my word, look how much that's going to cost me. Let's value engineer it, right? And typically that means take out innovation, take out aspects of sustainability. But actually, where you've got owners of assets that are going beyond capex, then life cycle becomes the driving conversation around sustainability. And there's as part of the conversations earlier, that if you build it and then your building's done, you get paid for it and you walk away, well, great, you're not invested in that building, right? Yeah. So you've lost. But if you are invested in the building as an owner, and you've got a mechanism whereby the tenants are bought into that building as well as the owner, then all of a sudden, I do care about how efficient my room is in my apartment or my villa. I am sick to death where I live because it's so inefficient, but I can't do anything about it because I'm not an owner, right? So I've got to build that link with the owner in order to make some change. Yeah. So current cost is the biggest issue to sustainability, that immediate cost thinking. But if we can broaden it to the life cycle thinking, which design and build starts to do, long-term contract starts to do, PPP was talked about earlier, that starts to do that. But PPP has the finance component. You don't need it, but right now that's a step change, and it's a step change into thinking life cycle as opposed to current cost.
Okay. Gorosh, anything you'd add to that?
Exactly that. I think just going back to the beginning of the conversation, being expedient, being sort of convenient, passing on, the short-termism of sort of, exactly what Jonathan said, the developer thinks, and the tower that I just referred to, the developer thinks, I'm not going to be sort of taking on the running costs of, having the AC 24/7, whatever, I'm just passing it on to whoever's bought it. But I'm going to use the cheapest glass cladding that I can find in the market, and then that's it. I will then sell it and I'll move on. And the thing is just being pushed aside. Again, the mindset of I took a photograph. My kids ordered a takeaway. The amount of plastic that arrived with 3-4 different layers of packaging. I put it all-on thing and took it and sent it back to the restaurant. The thing is that there is no empowerment on the individuals. There's, the guy who delivers has no power. The guy who's on the end of the phone has no power. You don't know who you talk to. And I said, look, let me talk. And this is it. Sort of the thing is being passed on irresponsibly, because ultimately it's the fast buck. It's not my problem. I've given it to somebody else. Deal with it. So again, the fundamentals of really understanding the impact of our sort of own mindset is having.
It's not even no power. It's the fear of making a decision. Because if the packager that's packaging your food, that's sending it to your house, doesn't put enough plastic on everything to make you feel safe, and you're one of those people that don't feel safe, that poor guy can lose his job.
Yeah, exactly.
So he won't make a decision. He'll do exactly what he's told to do. So one of the major things that need to change, and that's a paradigm change for this region, is to allow those employees to make decisions and then justify their decision. So if it's a good decision, me as a business owner, I would say that's a good decision and that's good and you're fine and you're safe and I'll protect my employee. But that doesn't always happen here. And is the answer really building a gigantic 5,000 ton a day incineration plant? The answer?
No.
Because then don't worry, because we're going to build this plant and then all your garbage can go and get burned. So that is not really the answer. And I don't know any plant that size that actually works. That's
Well, on the topic of making decisions, then I will draw this to a close and take the decision to carry the conversation on outside. I'd just like to say thank you very much to the three of you for a really interesting and informative discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lindsay, Anita, Kurosh, and Jonathan. I can definitely say it was an absolutely captivating discussion. But at this point, I also think the discussion leaves two questions for us. Are we heading in the right direction? And when will we stop treating sustainability, as Jonathan said, a tick in the box? And that concludes our conference, ladies and gentlemen. But we will be coming back next year to bring consultants, contractors, subcontractors, and every other stakeholder in the construction industry under one roof for the Leaders in Construction UAE Summit 2022. I would also like to take this opportunity to once again thank all our sponsors, Reed Smith, who is our legal sponsor, and our silver sponsors, Fenwick Elliott, DriverTread, and Procore Technologies, as well as RIB-CCS for their support. And last, but never the least, and I would say this because I know how hard they've worked to make this conference such a success, our fantastic events team, production team, commercial team, as well as our editorial team. A big round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. And before I let you go and enjoy your lunch, I would like to tell you that we want to gather your insights on what you thought about today's conference. So please make sure you complete the survey that you can see on the screen now through Slido, and let us know what can we do more to make these kind of conferences more engaging, conversational, and please share your opinions on these. On that note, I would like to thank you all once again for being a part of today's conference and making it as engaging as we wanted it to be. I hope you enjoy your lunch, and I will definitely see you next year. Thank you so very much.